Members, I call the March 17th Cincinnati School Board meeting to order. Let's call the roll. Mike?
I believe we need to appoint a treasurer pro tem first.
Oh, we don't. I'm just thinking you're normally supposed to be sitting there. So I need a motion to appoint a treasurer pro tem.
I appoint Member Craig.
Second.
Second.
All right.
Mr. Guston,
Yes.
take the vote.
Yes. Mr. Craig.
Yes.
Mr. Lindy.
Yes.
Ms. Mapp.
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg.
Yes.
Vice President Bolton.
Yes.
President Moffitt.
Yes. So, Mr. Guston,
Yes.
please call the attendance roll.
My pleasure.
I have to go, my notes are not the same, so go ahead.
Mr. Craig.
Here.
Mr. Crossett. Mr. Lindy.
Here.
Ms. Mapp.
Here.
Mrs. Weinberg.
Here.
Vice President Bolton.
Present.
And President Moffitt.
Here. Superintendent Murphy, please introduce our wonderful students and that will be leading us in the pledge.
Yes, ma'am. Today, Madam President, leading us in the pledge are the students from Midway School, where Mr. Hiawatha Francisco serves as their principal.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. Vice President Bolton, please explain the virtual hearing of the public process.
Of course, thank you. Members of the public who are online and wish to speak during our hearing of the public this evening may do so by clicking the chat button now. The chat feature will be open for your requests for 5 minutes. If you would like a direct response to your questions, please make sure to share your name, your affiliation to the district, your school community, your topic, and your contact information. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair will now entertain a motion and a second to approve the March 17th business meeting agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Craig.
Yes.
Mr. Lindy.
Yes.
Ms. Mapp.
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg.
Yes.
Vice President Bolton.
Yes.
And President Moffitt.
Yes, tonight's agenda is approved as posted. I believe this is Superintendent Murphy. We have a discussion around the CPS Foundation. Can you please update us around the status?
Yes, ma'am. We have our General Counsel, Mr. Dan Hoying, coming down to talk to everyone as we have had lots of conversation, CPS and activities beyond the classroom. Dan Hoying.
Thank you. Good evening. Pleased to report that since our last conversation about this topic, we have reviewed again with ABC's administration as well as our own, and I've sent to the board what I believe to be a recommended final draft of an agreement to an agreement with ABC to start a CPS foundation. Some of the last remaining issues that we had to work through with respect to the two parties, we have. I'm glad to answer any questions, but I believe that importantly, we've worked out the hardest issue to work through was the ABC's, the foundation's understandable request for sort of a period of time, some stability in funding, a known period within which they could work to raise money for the district, versus the board's sort of interest and need in having some flexibility, and with none of us really knowing yet what costs are going to be involved and what a reasonable expectation should be as in terms of money raised. We've worked through that issue, and I believe that final draft reflects that. Glad to answer any questions.
So board members were sent the combined concerns of all of the board members that wish to contribute. And I believe the ABC board has inserted their input, Mr. Hoyne? Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
So the draft that you all received, I believe last week, was a combined list of concerns.
I believe it was sent on Wednesday of last week, and it's, yes, being recommended by the administration of CPS to our board, as well as ABC's administration to their board.
Would anyone like to discuss, share? Board Member Craig.
So I just want to, again, start by thanking the hard work you all have done in having those conversations and really going through to do the MOU. I think this is one of the areas where, for me, from process purposes, I think that's what we should be doing, is having the administration make the hard push to do the details, and for us as a board to give the direction. I think the one thing that I think we will still be figuring out, and I don't think it's going to be covered under this MOU, is ultimately what are the priorities of the district as to what are the things that we would want the foundation to prioritize. That's not something we'd put in a MOU because we don't know it right now. It's from year to year that we'll have to figure out. But I do think that's the thing for us to kind of work as a board to give direction to the superintendent and to leadership on, because I do think that is where we're going to have our most important value of having the foundation.
I would just add that there are structural elements of the MOU to ensure that the parties are communicating regularly with each other about what the district's priorities are.
Board Member Mapp had a question.
Yes, so thank you, General Counsel, Administration, and ABC for working collaboratively to receive feedback from the board and implementing that into the updated MOU. One of the things that is concern for me, and I don't know if this is something that can still be fleshed out, is the aspect of the governance piece. So as we talked about the priorities of the board, wanting to ensure that there's still a little bit more voice from CPS. It doesn't necessarily have to be from the board, but from voting members that could represent the district.
Yeah, so that was one thing we worked on this week specifically. A term that we've added to the agreement is to ensure that if the board's representation on the ABC Foundation board drops below 25%, the board would then have the ability to appoint an additional member to that ABC board, presumably another board member. So that's, I'm not sure if that completely satisfies your request, but that's the way we addressed that.
Yeah, so I appreciate that. I did see that. Doesn't per se satisfy it for me. I still would like to see just a little bit more representation in terms of voting members. I know that we have our ex officio members in that, but I appreciate still trying to accommodate that area of concern.
Thanks.
Board Member Weinberg?
Yes, so thank you again. I just had a couple of questions and just wanted to get some clarification on, I think it was section 6. I think it's F and G. So in terms of the CPS personnel, I just wanted to kind of have a little bit of maybe some more information on what does it exactly mean on the use of CPS personnel. And then in terms of the office space, I know that there will be some type of negotiation, but can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yes, thank you. So on CPS personnel, the idea would be that the board could authorize its own employees to help with a fundraising effort. But important to that is that the parties are keeping track of how much we're spending on that or how many hours an employee is spending on that. Otherwise, you tend to not be able to do a very good cost-benefit analysis of the money raised. If we raise $100,000 at a fundraiser, but we've spent $95,000 of CPS personnel's time on that, that's not a very good return on our investment. So the idea is to be, not to be necessarily charging the foundation with that time, but to tracking it, so we're doing a really good job of a cost benefit of our fundraising efforts. On the use of space, there has been discussions between the parties about CPS providing space for the foundation to do its work. That would obviously lower their administrative costs, and there's a mechanism wherein we would then have a lower administrative fee that we'd be paying to ABC. There's specifically been talk about Rawson. Those details haven't been worked out. Whatever the details are about a space agreement, they would be subject to a separate lease, which they should be. It would involve probably some protections from ABC. We can't just decide to, end that lease immediately. They would need some time. But all those details would be worked out separately in a lease if it were Rawson or any other space within the district.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll just, did you move? Go ahead.
Thank you. You mentioned that the administration is recommending that this is the MOU that should be supported by the board. Just wanted to second what Member Craig mentioned, all the work that's gone into this and how historic this is. At the end of 200 and some years, it's our first district-wide foundation that we voted on last time we met, and now with this legal document before us, I think I'm comfortable. As we move forward with this MOU, at least I've been here long enough to know that sometimes MOUs evolve into something else, like an additional agreement. Is there the opportunity as we go through this, let's say we accept this MOU as is, as we move through these several years of the foundation, is it still possible to create an additional agreement or an addendum to an MOU? Is this written in stone and this is what it stays, or?
No, in lots of ways, this can be an evolving document. I'll give you two examples. I think one, and this is in section 6, it's hard to know, I think, right now, what the administrative costs are going to be for the foundation, as well as the forecasted fundraising goals. Either party has the opportunity to propose either higher or lower administrative fees or different goals each year. So that's possible as we learn more about how our fundraising efforts go. The second thing I'd say is, we talked about the board needing some flexibility. The mechanism that we've worked into this agreement is that during any contract year, by December 31st, the board could say, we need to renegotiate this agreement, and could trigger a renegotiation by December 31st. The contract would remain in place through June 30, which gives that stability that ABC is requesting, but on any given year, if this contract needs to be renegotiated, it could be done so by the board triggering that by December 31st, or ABC. Both parties have the opportunity by December 31st to say, hey, we need to relook at this. So those are two mechanisms that give the parties an ability to rethink this in future years.
And to also second what Member Craig mentioned, and I think as did Member Mapp, now I won't say just the fun stuff, but the kind of encouraging and creative opportunity is to figure out necessarily what are the kinds of things that we would want a foundation to do. Those were the kind of decisions that needed to be made after we had an understanding what this relationship could be and mean. And I would encourage, I think obviously President Moffett will make sure this happens, that will be major topic discussion for the board. It might also be an interesting opportunity to involve the community to help us envision what a foundation could mean beyond what we might, just the 7 of us might come up with the advice of administration. So I look forward to that discussion. I look forward to us accepting this MOU and thank the administration and the administration of ABC as well as its board for agreeing to do this and to continue their almost quarter century of service to our kids in this manner.
Board Member Lindy.
Thank you. I just had two very quick things. I wanted to confirm, Superintendent, that this is still a recommendation from you all that you think is the right thing to do.
Absolutely.
Great, thank you. And then also, just in reviewing the contract, I was going to bring up the provision, I think, Mr. Hoying, that you were just mentioning, and you used it in terms of an option to renegotiate. If I'm reading it, it's also an option to cancel.
It is.
Like if because I'm very interested, I think, in making sure, I think this is a good thing to do. And I want to make sure that if we're investing public dollars, the organization is raising a significantly larger number of private dollars. If after a period of time that's not happening, there's no reason this board couldn't say, we got to go in a different direction. And I think it's totally reasonable that both parties need to give the other party notice and time to wind that down in a thoughtful way. But even though this covers 5 years, any given year, we could decide we're not seeing the kind of return on this that we expect. I'm not saying we will, but it just gives me sleep factor to know that that's always an option. Is that right?
That's right, and that's the purpose of negotiating that provision.
So I just want to echo again for probably the time, at least the 6th time, that I want to thank the administration, yourself, and ABC for all your hard work in putting this together. This has definitely been something that I think is going to benefit the kids, but it's been a long time coming. I know I've spoken with several former board members, and they've definitely discussed this as well. I do still have some of the same concerns around the number of board members from CPS that are there. I'm willing to support, but I would really like to have that be a little bit more firm, that CPS has a large voice in the things that will directly benefit CPS students. I think one board member is a start, but it is definitely not where I feel most comfortable. I've said that before. I'm just saying that publicly right now. Part of my other confusion was, I think that on 6G, where it says office space, you mentioned that could be a lease and it could be an amended contract. I think it needs to say lease in G. It can have a separate addendum, but it needs to very clearly specify that there is a lease that would be there. So I would like for you to add that language there. On F, I'm kind of a little confused if CPS personnel are using, if the foundation is using CPS personnel. I think it's nice to have a generalized statement, but there needs to be some sort of surety and clarity that there's reimbursement or something, that there's a capture of time, but there's also, and that's an expense. And then my other question back on E is, it says, I'm going to read this sentence to you and then share with you where I'm confused. It says, the foundation shall make every effort to minimize its administrative costs and to maximize the funding allocated to CPS schools. Here's where my concern is. CPS funds may be used exclusively for the salary and benefits of the foundation staff and other administrative costs associated with fundraising and serving as CPS's foundation. Because that's under use of CPS funds, it makes me pause, because it doesn't clarify that those funds that are being raised are going to go outside of administrative costs as well. So I think that paragraph needs a little bit more clarity for me, but maybe it doesn't, if you can offer some clarity now.
So the idea there is to ensure that if there's questions, say from an auditor, for example, about why we're paying funds to a foundation, to clarify that that's what the money is used for. There's a section 6A that talks about that the board is determining that these funds are being expended for a proper public purpose. So that's the idea, is to establish that that it's appropriate for us to spend some money with the idea that this will benefit the district in lots of ways, including by raising money. That's also the idea of subsection E.
Well, I got that, but it's very ambiguous that the funds that are raised are going to go to programming for CPS.
The funds that are raised will be going to programming, and this is specific with the check we're handing ABC as far as administrative costs.
So I think you can definitely see where the
maybe
confusion
uses.
is. So I just think that there needs to be a little bit more attention on that particular clarification and the use of CPS personnel and office space. It needs to have more definitive language there. It's for me, but and then the other piece that I think that I offered was around sharing information sharing, just to ensure that we're administering or at least adhering to any type of HIPAA laws or whatnot, HIPAA, because that's health insurance, but like any type of privacy concerns for our students and our parents, that if we're sharing data, that we're definitely making sure that it's non-identifiable data. And I think it says that, but I just want to make sure, because it was mentioned a couple times that we're information sharing, I just want to make sure that our staff is also protected in addition to our students and our families. So I don't know what language needs to kind of be there under shared responsibilities, section 8, but I think I just would feel better if we include, just make sure that it's clear. But other than that, I think it's a great opportunity, ready to support. Anyone else have any other discussion? Vice President Bolton?
Go to Ben.
Yes, Board Member Lindy.
Well, no, I just thought it was pretty good the way that it was written, and I was kind of inclined to move that we pass it tonight.
We're still in discussion. We have to vote, but that was the intention.
Okay, I thought you had just suggested some changes.
I was telling him to shore up that language. I'm ready to support it, but I'd like to shore up the language, me personally.
I think I'm just trying to ask, we are gonna vote on approving the agreement tonight?
As soon as we get finished with discussion, that was the intention.
Great, I heard some people say as soon as we get a motion, I heard other people say as soon as we finish discussion. Do we need a motion?
We're not finished with discussion, Ben. You have a comment, and so does Vice President Bolton.
Great. I'm gonna move as soon as I can that we adopt this evening. Thank you.
Vice President Bolton.
My question was going to be, does the president feel that the general counsel can make those changes now, or that we can include a motion that says with the changes suggested by the board tonight?
Yes, that was my intention.
Is that-
Thank you.
So if Mr. Lindy would make that motion contingent upon the changes that have been suggested this evening?
I can't do that because I don't know what all of them are. I like the
okay.
version as it was presented. The motion I was gonna make is that we adopt the motion that came out to the board last week. That is my motion. If it doesn't have a second, or if it fails, that's fine. But my motion is that we adopt the one that came out to the board last week.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment.
You can make an amendment, and with all due respect, the motion maker gets to decide if it is friendly or not friendly.
Okay. My friendliness is around. With the changes suggested by the board this evening, the motion to adopt this MOU be moved forward tonight. And in order to secure that, if general counsel will remind the whole board as to those things that he thinks he has been given direction to look into, or didn't explain, didn't have any further explanation to those, since some of us might not remember all of those.
I have notes. I suspect that the issues related to 6F and 6E would be non-controversial. I don't think that ABC is going to be willing to reimburse every time a staff member, a principal attends a fundraiser. And I don't think that's what you had in mind.
That is not what my intention was. I think you understand very
do.
clearly
I
what
think
my
I do.
intention was
That's
because
right.
you saw my notes. I don't think that there's anything, adding the word lease is not an extensive revision of this contract. So I think that, I think it's fine. What?
The word lease is already in.
I think
G.
lease is in 6G. It says the foundation's occupancy of the Rawson House will be subject to a separately negotiated lease agreement.
Yes.
So I think
yes.
we're
I
good
think
there.
we're good there.
And then your last piece related to ensuring that we follow FERPA. And again, I do not believe that will be controversial. In fact, I know it won't be
It won't
controversial.
be. No,
So
it's perfectly fine.
I don't think those notes fundamentally alter the agreement in any way, and I think they would be well received by ABC as well.
Thank you.
Will Mr. Lindy accept my friendliness?
I'm gonna ask the superintendent if that's okay with her.
Yes.
Then that's friendly.
Thank you, Mr. Lindy. Well, then we have a motion and a
right.
second as revised, the motion.
Did you get a second?
I'm the second.
Okay. Well, let's take a vote, Mr. Guston.
Shall we? Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp? Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes.
And President Moffett?
Yes. Do board members have any acknowledgements or?
Congratulations.
Congratulations, I'm sorry. I was trying to move us on. Congratulations, ABC, and congratulations, Superintendent Murphy. Do board members have any acknowledgements or announcements?
I do.
Board Member Weinberg.
All right. I am going to start off first with the very first slide here. I just wanted to quickly give a huge kudos and acknowledgement to a graduate of Cincinnati Public School, Amon Jordan, who recently made history by winning a 2025 Grammy for his song Deliver. And the category was for the Harry Belafonte Best Song for Social Change. So I wanted to give him a huge, big round of applause. And then my next thing is, I had the opportunity on March the 4th to participate in Ethel Taylor's School for Read Across America Day, along with some local community members, and also Mayor Aftab Piraval was in attendance. And we got the opportunity to not only read to the children, but we were also able to promote literacy. So I wanted to give them a big round of applause for that as well. And last but not least, I got the opportunity, along with Board Member Mapp and Board Member Craig, we attended the Fairview German Language School as they hosted their annual Fasching. And as you see from the pictures, it was an amazing opportunity for the kids to make their mask for the celebration. There was fun, there were games, and just lots of fun. So I wanted to give them also a huge kudos as well. And that wraps up for me.
Board Member Lundy.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I just wanted to wish all members of our community, Irish or not, a very happy St. Patrick's Day. Cincinnati has a long history with the Irish community, including not only members of my family, but also James Gamble of Procter & Gamble fame, Bishop Purcell of the school down the road, and many, many, many students and educators within Cincinnati Public Schools. So happy St. Patrick's Day to all who celebrate.
Board Member Craig.
So I often don't send pictures in because I just don't. But I wanted to send one in especially for a Walnut Hills senior who I had the pleasure of being serving in a role, in a fill-in role for her father who had passed away. Alana Jackson is a senior at Walnut Hills who won the Miss Excel at the Allen Temple Excel Cotillion this weekend. Her mother is a teacher in our district. Her grandparents were both teachers in our district for more than 40 years. And so I think it's just, another example of what CPS produces is a history of folks who are educators, who are doing great work, but who also go out and do a lot of wonderful things. And Elena Jackson will be attending, I believe, Miami of Oxford this year, or next year. So again, another relationship that the district has been fostering and growing and keeping folks local, but it was a great time for me to go out. I got dressed up in a tux and with tails and had to do the whole show and pageantry with them. But I was very proud to be able to be there and witness and support one of our own as she did her journey.
Congratulations. And I'll just add that I forgot to send in my photo, so Shelley, next one, but I was able to speak at the Girls to Women She Leads conference for grades 7 through 12. That was awesome, and I'll send in my picture next board meeting, so forgive me, Shelley. But any other announcement? Vice President Bolton.
Yes, I'm assuming that the superintendent is going to be talking about an athletic achievement from this last week and weekend, so I won't belabor it, but I do want to just add a little something to it. Having graduated from Aiken in 1969, I have to tell you about the first 10 graduating classes. I think I've heard from almost all of them, every single member, and certainly a representative smattering of the first 10 graduating classes, and the great pride that the earliest alums have for Aiken and the Falcons and Swoop, but also having grown up in College Hill, I can tell you that this weekend and in anticipation of a victory this past weekend and getting to the semifinals, on the avenue, so to speak, in College Hill, Hamilton Avenue, the businesses, the neighbors of the Aiken school community are just thrilled and so proud of the young man and the coaching staff and the school itself. And the important part about all of that is that the Aiken family actually lived in College Hill. And the Aiken family, Aiken's the only school that we have that's actually named for a family, not an individual person. And that kind of family, that kind of neighborhood, ownership and pride is just palpable. So it isn't just in the little suburbs where that can happen. It happens in the neighborhoods as well. And so hats off to the team that has reached this very historic high. Regardless of what happens in the future, they have brought great pride to their neighbors and to the community, which is the home of Aiken, which is College Hill, and the many surrounding neighborhoods, because originally Aiken was a high school for 8 different neighborhoods. Winton Terrace, Winton Place, College Hill, Mount Airy, Clifton, Millvale, North Side, and so on and so forth. That whole heart of the north central part of the district is so proud of these young men. So I just wanted to give that a little historical context as well as some neighborhood context.
So we get a history lesson at every meeting.
Every
It's a
meeting.
wonderful thing. It's a
Every
wonderful
chance
thing.
I get.
And I know Superintendent Murphy is going to talk about our next
Yes.
big kudos. However, I want to add, the Aiken team has a cumulative GPA of a 3.3. That is CPS. So Superintendent Murphy, please present any I'm sorry, okay, member Mapp.
Sorry,
What you
I
got?
just wanted to add to all the great things that's happening in CPS. So last Monday, I had the opportunity to attend the prepared speeches with Cincinnati Youth Collaborative and JCG, which is Jobs for Cincinnati Graduates. And I just want you all to know that out of the schools that were represented, I believe it was Schroeder, Withrow, Hughes, and Taft, our students did an amazing job presenting how JCG has really just supported them through high school and their plans beyond. And so I just wanted to share that they are preparing for their Career Development Conference on April 3rd. So if you all have an opportunity to be present, please attend to support our students. I don't know if you spoke about Grad Cincinnati.
Did you not?
Okay, so Board Member Moffitt, as well as Board Member Crossett, we had the opportunity to attend Grad Cincinnati breakfast as well. Another great way to just support the great work that everyone is doing to help support our students and to pour into our students, not just for high school, not just for elementary, but beyond high school. And so Superintendent Murphy had the honor of being recognized at Grad Cincinnati. So it was a great opportunity to just celebrate all of the goodness that's happening in CPS. And then lastly, I enjoyed attending the CPS International Jazz Festival with my children. And so my daughter, she plays the violin, so this was like right up her alley. But to just see the amazing work and talent of our students, it was an awesome sight to see. So those are my kudos. So great job to everyone.
And we'll have some photos at the next meeting, because I forgot to bring that. And I just want to say this last thing. We had an opportunity, this is going to be the end of the meetings for March, but happy Women's History Month to all the awesome women leaders that work for CPS. Not just the ones up here, the ones that are in the trenches doing the work. Happy Women's History Month. We see you, we appreciate you. You are so valuable to making CPS what it is. So thank you so much for all you do, every last one of you. Now, Superintendent Murphy.
Yes.
Anybody else? Please present any announcements and retirements that you may have.
I have two civil service retirements. One is Lisa E. Norris, who is the lunchroom manager at Walnut Hills High School. And then the second is Robert Patterson. Mr. Patterson is a security assistant too at the School for Creative and Performing Arts. Congratulations to Ms. Norris and Mr. Patterson. Okay, and then my kudos, I've been trying to really streamline these so you can get the emphasis, but I can't help it. So, first of all, I want to say congratulations to 16 Cincinnati Public Schools who have exited the state support list. This is starting in 2022. Not sure if they had been acknowledged, but I want to make sure you see this list. I'm going to call them by name: Aiken, Dater High School, Hughes STEM High School, Euler and Woodward Career Technical High School. And then this year, we have more schools who are exiting that list: Cairns, Chase, Leap, Pleasant Hill, Pleasant Ridge, Roberts, Rockdale, Westwood, Riverview East Academy, Taft Information Technology High School, and Withrow High School. Yay. And then also, we have 11 schools this year we want to offer congratulations to. So proud of the work. The Deputy Smith is leading all of the curriculum and instruction work. So around this, Ohio Department of Education and Workforce has given the Momentum Award to Carson, College Hill, Fairview Clifton, Hartwell, Hayes Porter, Leap, Midway, Parker Woods, Montessori, Reese E. Price, Roberts, and Sailor Park. Congratulations. Okay, all right, here we go. So, to the Belmont boys, I learned that chant just yesterday. So Aiken boys basketball team, we're super, super proud. This is an old announcement. I need to update this based on what happened yesterday. So they are winners in the state semifinals, and now this Friday at 1 o'clock, they'll be going to the University of Dayton for the finals against some team called Louisville High School. It's at 1 o'clock Friday. We're so, so proud of them and very excited. I will say for the cheerleaders, that's the hardest I've seen girls go in a very long time. Super proud of them yesterday. Congratulations to Aiken New Tech High School. Couple of more. There's a young lady, Ashlyn Trapp. She is a sophomore at the Spencer Center. Now, I saw this in the media first. This young lady is the winner of the Cincinnati Rotary Club speech contest. Her topic: suicide, a call to action regarding mental illness and suicide. She was featured on WLWT Channel 5. Congratulations. I have one picture from the International Jazz Festival. That was absolutely awesome event. It was so cool to be on the Aronoff stage as an adult. I can only imagine what the young people on that stage felt like. So congratulations to them. And then my final announcement, there has been a lot going on in our school district, a lot of promotion that has been needed in our school district. And there have been also just some hard news that we've had to deliver in a very sensitive way. So I really want to take the time, and I'm going to ask these people to stand. Our communications team, who is currently being led by Ms. Catherine Robinson. Our media relations professional, Mr. Joe Wessels. Our longtime designer, Ms. Susan Dorenkemper. I don't know if everyone knows our web engineer, Ms. Kim. I do not see the person who takes care of our social media and does a lot of photography, Ms. Mary Williams. I will shout her out as being a CPS graduate. And then our administrator extraordinaire. I just know, I'm getting all choked up. Just don't even really know what to say about Sheila Hess and all of the hard work that she does for us. So it's important for me to say to them how deeply, deeply, deeply we appreciate. I always tell people communication is the key to any relationship. Once the communication breaks down, the relationship begins to break down. So thank you so very much.
All right, Vice President Bolton, it's on you. Please conduct the hearing of the public.
Thank you very much. We are now at
Excuse me.
the item of,
Wait, I'm so sorry.
Apologies, I'm sorry. Treasurer Wagner has a kudo?
Didn't know.
Oh, okay, Treasurer.
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Guston.
Yes, you're fine.
Good evening, everyone. I'm online. Can
Hello?
you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, so Rob, is the presentation up?
Yes.
Okay, so I just wanted to join in the celebration. So sorry I couldn't be with you tonight. I'm still a little bit under the weather, but and I didn't want to spread any germs amongst my friends. So, but we wanted to celebrate. March 4th was Unite for Teen Financial Literacy Day, and it's sponsored by Junior Achievement and United Way. And the social studies manager, David Trobert, does a lot of work on this. It was a really fun day. So a group of 8 of us from the treasurer's office went to, you can go to the next slide, went to Roberts Academy, and we joined in the 7th and 8th grade classrooms and learned how to teach financial literacy to them. It was a very exciting day. We were in Mr. Hyatt's classroom, and we now have a new appreciation for the hard work that it takes to do be a middle school teacher. So, but it was a lot of fun to share our profession, and we got to spend, a great time with the kids and the teachers.
Yay. Thank you. Mike, you might be getting a little pipeline going on there for the next 10, 15 years, some of your predecessors.
career development.
Yep. Thanks, Jen. Let me look to the left and right.
Seriously.
Okay, Vice President Bolton, there you go.
Thank you. We are now at the item on our agenda for hearing the public. Each speaker will have 2 minutes and will address all comments to the presiding officer. If you're online, once a request to speak has been granted, you'll be invited to enter. You should click on the camera icon to go interactive. Provide your name, your affiliation to the district, your school community, your topic, and your contact information if you'd like a response to any questions you might have. This request is consistent with board protocol, and we appreciate your help. In the unusual event that someone is not willing to follow this protocol, we reserve the right to end that person's time. Again, each person will have 2 minutes to speak. When the timer goes off, your time is up. Please refrain from discussing any personnel matters. After speaking, if you're online, you'll briefly use the welcome screen again and your transition back. So please be ready for the live streaming at that point in time. Finally, we ask that your public commentary be respectful of all listeners. Thank you very much. Okay, do we have anyone online, Rob?
To the Vice Chair, we do not.
Okay, and we have, as I understand, one in-person speaker this evening, and that is Lisa Hyde-Miller.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I am Lisa Hyde-Miller. I am the LSMC chair for Royal Hill School. I've been the chair of the school since the school opened, when they first built the building. And so I have a couple of questions for you this evening, but I want to share a little background that leads up to these questions real quick. I'm here speaking as a service coordinator, but for resource coordinators that we have in our school. Now, I know that you're aware of this, but I'm going to share a little information about what they do. A resource coordinator is responsible for effectively managing and allocating the resources to support the delivery of services in all of our schools. A resource coordinator identifies the needs within a school and the community as a whole and work to find the resources to fill those needs. They are very creative, professional, good listeners to the community leaders and the partners that they serve, as well as the staff in the school. The resource coordinators build relationships for their schools that they serve and the community, and they facilitate many, many programs and bring many partners that the children and the families and the community need. Now, my ask for this evening, thank you for asking, is 4 questions. Number 1, looking to see exactly what the expectation of the school, who will be mixing with another school, combining with another school. Let me give you one example. Royal Hill Academy and Ethel Taylor's combining together. We're doubling in the size of students at that location. Royal Hill, when it was built 17 years ago, was only built for 575 kids. We're going to be over 600 kids in that school. So what are the expectations for a larger body of students in a smaller building? Number 2, how does the board feel that resource coordinators how important does the board feel that the resource coordinators are to the district? Number 3, with all the cuts from the federal and state level, where will this leave the students without resource coordinators? And last, mainly, making sure that their playing field is even within the resource coordinators as they pay. I Googled it. The average salary in the state of Ohio for a resource coordinator is between $55,000 and $58,000. A lot of our resource coordinators are below the average salary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I did jot down some of those questions. Do you have those written out somewhere that you can submit to the superintendent? That would be great. I'm sure it's better looking than what I just wrote, so. Madam President, I think that concludes tonight's hearing of the public.
I just want to note, we are cooking with grease here. Let's go. We are now at the point for our audit committee update. We're going to have our chief audit executive, Ms. Lauren Roberts, come down. There are 3 direct reports to the board, and Ms. Roberts is one, along with the treasurer and the superintendent. Well, yes. Ms. Roberts, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Board President Moffitt, Vice President Bolton, members of the Board of Education, Treasurer Wagner, Assistant Treasurer Guston, and Superintendent Murphy. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. For the members of the public, as I was just so kindly introduced, my name is Lauren Roberts, and I'm the Chief Audit Executive of Cincinnati Public Schools, and I lead our internal audit department. So when I last presented to you, it was September, so it's been a bit, and I'm so excited to be back to speak with you and share some updates. So I last spoke and I shared an overview of what internal audit does and the purpose we serve within the district. So the slide before you summarizes a few of those things I shared with you. As a reminder, internal audit not only supports the goals of the board and administration, but also serves as a key accountability mechanism, reinforcing the district's commitment to using public funds efficiently and effectively. Additionally, the district has an independent audit committee comprised of community members to further this work. Today, I would like to build upon that discussion by sharing an update of all of the work that we have been completing and working on since we last spoke. And I would also like to discuss with you how we can focus on our fiscal year 2026, which is right around the corner. So where are we now? This image represents our annual audit cycle. So those who may not be as familiar, each year we enter into a risk assessment period through the months of May and June. In July, we receive that approval of the plan by our audit committee and thus the board. And then for the remaining months of the year, we focus on completing the projects within that plan. So the red box before you highlights where we are at the moment, and you can see we're pushing hard to our final deadline here in April to wrap up the projects for our year. So our next slide will take things a bit further. I wanted to introduce to you all our audit committee dashboard. This is a tool that we have shared and worked with our audit committee on actually since October 2023. So it's been in use for a bit of time, but I think this is the first time I've shared it with the full board and certainly with the public in this way. So at the top of the audit committee dashboard, you'll see there are items that we want our audit committee members and our board members and members of the community to focus on in advance of each of our bi-monthly audit committee meetings. So beyond this top summary, you'll see the status of external audits. Our internal audit department partners with management throughout the district to track and report on all of the external audits that are happening throughout the district. So this is a one-stop shop for you as board members to know who is monitoring us, and for the community, it seems like just about every agency, and we are highly audited. And also a great opportunity to highlight those good results that we see through our external audits. The next chart is a summary of our fiscal year 2025 internal audit plan. That period I was just mentioning, we're right in the thick of it, finishing up the projects within this year's plan. So if you scroll through, and we'll just move through this rather briskly, but you're welcome to, and I invite you to jump into this dashboard and take a look. You'll see the status of all of those projects that we're working on. As a quick update, we did just report on 2 reports at our last audit committee meeting in February. Our Business Plus IT audit, our key financial system, as well as records retention. So those are linked in the dashboard and available on board docs for our community. So finally, here at the bottom of the dashboard, you'll see a history of internal audit recommendations. This has been a summary, a building and growing summary, that is, of all of the past recommendations that were issued by internal audit since I began with the district just 9 years and about 3 days ago, so just hit the anniversary. And since that time, we have issued 186 recommendations. I also want to note that we are really careful in tracking these recommendations via the partnership with management, so that through that joint effort, we can provide more insight, transparency, and accountability to ensuring that all of those recommendations are in fact implemented and those audit results are addressed. So I do want to highlight, though, of those 186, 143 have been completed by management to date, nearly 77%, which is quite remarkable. So this demonstrates the significant commitment of our administration and management teams in addressing our audit recommendations, as well as their dedication to continuous improvement. Transitioning back to our slides. So where are we headed next? So now that I've provided more insight into our current work, I want to share what comes next. We are about to enter the risk assessment and planning phase of the audit cycle. During this time, we analyze key risks and strategic priorities, and we determine which audit projects should be included in our upcoming year's plan. As a part of this process, we've also, via the encouragement of our finance committee members and our audit committee members, have been applying this concept of auditability. Just because we could audit, should we audit, and will we have a meaningful return on that project? So where we're headed next to gather input. Historically, we have worked through planning surveys shared with our audit committee members, as well as senior leaders throughout the district. Last year, we received over 30 survey results about areas and projects where people wanted our help and support, which, again, just to highlight that partnership with our management teams is pretty remarkable, that people are asking to be audited and asking for us to be involved. I think it's pretty neat. So from there, we also hold conversations with our superintendent and our treasurer to ensure alignment with the upcoming year's priorities and which projects are selected. So ultimately, we take all of that information, embed it into our audit methodology, and determine which projects should be included for our upcoming year's audit plan. And what that looks like practically is once we have that list approved by audit committee come July, we break down our audit resources, assign our teams to tasks, and we get to work for the year fulfilling each of those projects and reports. So as we prepare for fiscal year 2026, our goal is to ensure strong alignment between internal audit, the district administration, and the Board of Education. Over the next few months, we want to deepen our engagement with the board to ensure our audit planning encompasses your key priorities, strategies, and objectives. So finally, I welcome your input to see how we can engage throughout the coming months to develop a robust fiscal year 2026 internal audit plan. And I welcome any questions or additional information I can share with you all this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Board Member Craig.
So let me start by saying, our internal audit team is tremendous. They're phenomenally hard workers who have done a lot of work to both look at the work that we're doing in the district, but also rethink how they do their work. And I wanted to highlight one of the things first that you mentioned is that you also start looking at the auditability. And one of the reasons they did so is because we were having so many things being audited that we were just re-auditing again because there was never the process looked at as to, well, first, do we have systems in place that can be audited so that we know that they're working, and that then we can say whether or not those steps are in place. So I appreciate all the hard work your team has done on that. The dashboard has been a tremendous key to that. But I thought maybe you could speak just for a moment about, and I think this is one of the things that you've learned over the year, and we talked about this in the audit committee, but how much more effective the different types of reviews you all are doing now, where we may have areas where they're not auditable, but there's still things you can do to provide assistance. And so maybe just take a moment to explain a little bit of that as well.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Mr. Craig. So we typically have, over the years, have audited, have offered different audit services. So one that we have used historically has been advisory, where we come in and serve as consultants. So it's typically a management-led project, and we come in as those independent eyes and ears to provide some guidance. The other category is typical assurance, and the true audit, where we come in with our methodology and we go from A to Z and see that all the way through and have this nice, beautiful 20-page report that everyone is just on the edge of their seats to read. And so the thing that we've adjusted from just those few services is now we're coming in and applying that thought process. Do we have a strong process in place? Do we have a key set of data? And do we have criteria? Essentially, we come in and compare data to criteria, and we give feedback. So if we start at that first question, which we are now calling a test of design, and find that there isn't really a process, maybe not such strong or set criteria, and that the data perhaps isn't complete and accurate, we stop there. We give that feedback, and we say we'll come back once it is. So then when the time comes, we jump right in, and we get really a great return, I think, on the time of both our teams as well as management. But it provides those initial points of feedback at the place people are in their process.
And I think that's been a really helpful thing that we've been that the audit committee has been focused on for the last year, in large part because we were trying to also think about how does this make us more effective as a district. I mean, I think we are probably the most audited entity in the city these days, but there are still things we have to do to get systems better, to get efficiency better, to get consistency better. And those are the areas where you've been able to kind of start to identify and provide and work with administration to really put things in place. And so I applaud all of the hard work that you and your team, as well as the administration and treasurer's office and everyone else has been doing to really make our district more efficient and effective with the resources that we have.
Board Member Weinberg.
Yes, and I just wanted to piggyback a little bit off of our lovely board member Craig over there. Thank you so much for always being very transparent. And I know that I have not been able to attend an audit meeting, but I love walking into my office and seeing all of the materials and being able to read through. So just thank you for the transparency. Thank you for you and your team for being upfront and providing us with that additional information as well. So thank you so much.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you.
Vice President Bolton.
Yes, thank you for the presentation, and again, a history lesson. She's been here, believe it or not, that she said 9 years, that she dates back to an appointment by Superintendent Mary Ronan. So that's, she's been here through a number of superintendents and administrations. And one of the things that the public has to kind of understand about this is that actually, Ms. Roberts, for all intents and purposes, she provides us information and what have you, and is of great service to the district, but technically, really, she reports to a community committee of volunteers with financial background and expertise. And that kind of independence makes her a very, very important internal audit chief for sure. Wanted to emphasize that with folks about the audit committee. And also, as we look at those recommendations, you know, hopefully we'll be able to have more time as a board to give some guidance as to our interest, as long as it kind of is in confluence with what the audit committee also is interested in doing. But one of the things, to Member Craig's point about correcting and improving the processes and also managing the risks that we all face, maybe more and more as we have now gone through these growth phase 1, growth phase 2, as well as facing all these financial issues that we face from external folks. It might be good for some of the audit work to actually revolve around this new vision of the whole district, because just by the restructuring of the district, the processes will change and the accountabilities will be different. So it might be a great idea to maybe have even the audit committee start talking about what this kind of new era is, and in the way that we've reorganized our district, with much more accountability regarding per student results, per school expenditure and results. So I think maybe if we can figure out how to have that kind of discussion, I think would be helpful. And I know board has any number of ideas too, but I think it's important to make that change in the perspective of the audit committee too. But thank you for all the work you do, and also the quality of the work you do.
My pleasure. It's due to a great team and the support of the board and administration as well.
Any other board member questions, comments? So thank you so much. This was a
Thank you.
great idea to have you present to the full board. You don't often get an opportunity to hear from people outside of finance and budget. And so now this is an opportunity for the full board to see what you do, to see the dashboard and all the hard work that you and your team, your mighty team, small number of people do for us, but then to gather some information about how the board is thinking in totality. So thank you for all you do, and I look forward to the next presentation.
My pleasure. Thank you for the invitation to speak.
Absolutely. All right. Here we go. Superintendent Murphy, please introduce the following presentation, the next presentation around safety and security.
Yes, ma'am. So our next presentation, Safety and Security, is going to be brought to you by Deputy Smith and Director Bell.
Good evening, everyone. President Moffitt, Board Vice President Bolton, and Superintendent Murphy. Mr. Bell, come on, where you at? Come over here. I told him to sit down. I did tell him to sit down. I told him to sit down, and I was going, you know. We are not going to read through all our slides. We're going to give you an overview. So we will not be before you long, and if you have any questions, then we will answer those questions. As you can see, this is the organizational chart for us. We have the resource team, investigators. We do restorative practices, trauma-informed care, basic first aid, CPR, our AED. You can move the slide if you want to, Rob. We keep up with all the fire drills, lockdown drills, tornado drills. Every student has to go through the metal detectors. We have the pass-through wands. We have the individual door alarms and lockdown doors. We do things with student engagement around bullying, anti-bullying presentations. We do searches, random searches, searches of the property. We also have been doing what we call security checks this year, where William and I and the rest of the team go to the school. We walk with the principal. We check every area of the building. If something's not working properly, we note it, and we get with facilities as soon as possible. William also does another piece of it. William, would you like to share what you talk to the students?
So we asked thanks for having us. Greatly appreciate it. But one of the things we do is we have a student survey where we ask 3 questions. The 3 questions are: do you feel safe in school? Can you report an incident to a security personnel? And do you know who your security people are? Now, what's odd is the question, do you know who your security people are? And some people, they know that they're a trusted adult, but they may not recognize them as a security person. We've actually asked a kindergarten student to name her security person, and she did not know his real name. She called him Mr. Nephews because someone referred to him as Mr. Nephews, and that's who he is for the rest of his life. The good thing is that in our surveys, that 94%, almost 94% of our students felt safe. 2 of our students indicated that they did not feel safe at school, but here's the reason why. One person said that they wanted more security. That was it. And the other person said they kind of feel safe. And I kind of feel safe is something that we're working on. We want people to feel safe. But the majority of our students feel safe and feel like they can report anything to the school. They've also, one of our people also said that, or one of the people surveyed said that they feel they can report something to a counselor as well.
That is our presentation. Do you have any questions?
Board Member Weinberg? I saw your hand, I can see.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I just have a quick question. As a board member, I received lots of emails from families stemming around the random searches, and I guess the issue or concern for some of the families and some of the students, obviously you can't announce random searches, but they just wanted to make sure that their rights weren't being violated. And I know from reading the Student Code of Conduct and also some of the other things that we have in place as CPS district, I know where to find that information. But publicly, can you just kind of expand on the rights of a student when they attend CPS schools in terms of being eligible for random searches and what the purpose of a random search is? Just because I know it doesn't mean that everyone knows it, and I want anyone who may be listening to be able to understand that as well.
Okay, can we go back to slide, I think that might have been slide 3. So I'd like to speak on slide 3.
And I think there
Okay.
might be a reference on slide 7 as well too, but yes.
Okay, so basically everything we do is within our board policy. So if there's a person other than the procurement process, which may be difficult to find, our student code of conduct, our strategic plan, state and local federal laws and labor agreements, and our board policy is how we make our decisions on how we're going to engage. This is the culture that we work within. In terms of a student's rights, we don't violate a student's right. There is, in truth, an expectation of safety through our schools, and as listed in our board policy, a student doesn't have an expectation of privacy while on school grounds. Typically, if there is someone that makes an announcement or they voice a concern about a student being in possession of something that they shouldn't be in possession of, then we're going to act on that information immediately. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question. Am I answering it?
You are a little bit. So I'm really talking about random searches because the email that I received, a parent felt offended or felt as if the student's rights were not taken into consideration when a random search was done to this particular student or even being done at a particular school. So I just want to really kind of expand on the importance of why you all do random searches, and then also how we are not violating their rights because I don't know if they signed the Student Code of Conduct, but I'm pretty sure it outlines all the things that will occur as a student who attends CPS. So I just want to make sure that they understand that and that we're verbally and publicly stating that information.
Yes, and you're absolutely right, Board Member Weinberg. They do sign the Code of Conduct and the random searches for all safety of all kids. So when we do the random searches, it is to make sure that everybody understands that they must follow the Code of Conduct. And if we find something that could harm students at school, then we deal with that accordingly. But the rights, we're not going in and just, everybody, it is a conversation. We are at a random search. We're going to be checking book bags. We're going to be winding students down. It's the whole class. It's very respectable. And so, but it is to ensure the safety of all of our kids, not to disrespect anyone's rights or the young people, but we want to make sure that the school is safe for everybody. And that's the whole purpose of it.
And thank you. You mentioned something that I was just going to bring up, young people. So the issue or a concern that came up regarding our young students at elementary schools is just what is being explained to them after they are randomly searched? Is there a conversation? I think there was a concern whether it would bring trauma or just other further questions to our particularly young individuals that attend our schools. And so I know there's a difference, obviously, with high school students and, reading that student code of conduct and understanding what to expect. But for our younger students, how are you all addressing those needs?
So typically, before there's a search, there's a conversation with the students involved, and we tell them what we're looking for. If whatever we're searching for is something that's of concern or in violation of the student code of conduct, I use the word violation. So if it's apples or oranges or cakes and cookies, we're not interested in those things. It's things that a student is not to have. But it is explained why we're there, what the expectations are during the time of the search, and if there's anything that is found that is confidential.
And is there
Also,
any
I'm sorry.
follow-up? I'm sorry, is there any follow-up after you explain? And then once you leave the classroom, do the teachers do anything in terms of if students have questions, or then if families have questions, and then they send maybe the teacher an email or the principal is notified?
The principal is normally on the search with, so they're not usually in the classroom without the principal. But also, we usually are not doing in the elementary schools really small students. It's usually either the 5th or 6th grade kids. And like he said, there's a conversation with the principal about what classes we're going to go into. So they know what classes that they want us to do the random search on.
And what would you suggest if a student does have an issue after it has occurred, or they have a concern? Do they recommend going and speaking to their teacher or their principal?
I think they should speak to the teacher, and if the teacher doesn't have answers, they could go to the principal's office and talk about it. But our goal is really not to cause students trauma, and if that is happening, we definitely want to know. The goal is to make sure they understand that the things they bring into school need to be in line with the code of conduct. And if they don't, then we're going to confiscate it, and then your parent can pick it up. Or if it's something that is really not supposed to be at school, that's a whole nother conversation.
Thank you.
Any other board member questions? Board Member Lindy.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I think this matters a lot. As a parent, I think number one issue for me is making sure that I feel like schools are safe places, and I really appreciate the work that you do. Could you talk for just a minute about how you all measure success? There's a lot of schools, there's a lot of kids, there's a lot of different issues. Like how do you all define what good looks like over the course of a given school year?
So we would measure our success on our student surveys. There are things that kids want to bring to us, and whether a kid feels safe, whether a kid feels like they can report something is how we will measure our success. That's why we ask the survey. This is relational, and if a student knows who is a trusted adult in the building, then a lot of things can be prevented. There are things that have been shared with us that have been able to, or that we've recovered or been able to address because of those relationships. So our surveys is how we measure it.
I appreciate that, and I think a good survey done well can be a great way to measure things like this. I also apologize for some of this you shared earlier, because I'm remembering you mentioning a survey. Does it go to just students and parents? I just took a survey as a parent recently for our school. Answered those questions already.
Those questions are on there as well, but I think for us as a department, Board Member Lindy, we feel successful when we know when we walk into those schools and students can identify who their safe person is, what's safe about the school when we walk through the school. That's why we're doing the safety walks. So after we finish them all, we're going to compile that data to see exactly what was said. And we're mostly talking to kids when we go in, but I believe the survey that you're getting from us in the district asks the kids and the parents, do they feel safe in our schools, and that's going to give us a lot of information as well. So I think success for us would be that the students feel safe in school, that they can identify the person that is in charge of their safety, and they know who they can talk to if they don't feel safe at school.
And I think all that sounds very reasonable, and I appreciate all of it. I think one area, if we're not already doing this, but maybe one opportunity for the future, would be some way to benchmark our results on whatever those outcomes are against other school districts. So is CPS a place that is, people feel just as safe? Mm-hmm. People feel even safer? Yes. Would be great to, there are lots of ways to think about this, but I'm trying to look with some rigor and some consistency about how we're doing relative to some meaningful comparison group.
Okay.
Thanks.
Board Member Craig.
Just want to, two things. I want to echo the thanks for coming to present to us and providing some of this information. I think it's also important that we know who some of the teams of folks are who provide security services in our schools, because I think that's a hard part also for, I think students generally will know. I think it's more often the parents and other folks who might be having questions or having concerns may not always know. And so it's important for them to be able to reach out within their schools. I do think one thing that is also just, again, because I tend to beat dead horses on this idea, it is, the difficulty in our district is that it is not just when the kids get to school that presents the safety issues. And that a lot of things happen before the school day and after the school day ends that affects how our students perform during the school day. And I want to maybe just give you a second to also describe the connection you all do with like our local law enforcement and other organizations to ensure that if there is a concern that may get carried into the building, that you are on top of it, that you have relationships built up, because I think that's the other part of ensuring safety in our schools is that what happens outside the school can come into the building and be something that we pay attention to and work on.
Sorry. So there is a unique relationship that we have with law enforcement and other agencies. A lot of information that's shared with us is confidential, and we move in that way. We're also exploring having some of our people placed at some of our transit centers at the conclusion of school so that we can address some of the things that may go on. People that elect to do that, they're there as an advocate in that situation. Our goal is not to remove students from school, it's not to arrest, it's not to do any of that nature. It's simply to create a culture and an atmosphere where it's a safe environment for them, and that anything that they report, anything that's of a concern, anything that is going to be a challenge to them coming to school and being at school, we can address it. Many of our law enforcement partners are coaches, and they do things within the community, and they're just well aware of what our challenges are. I have a law enforcement background. There are many people that have chosen to work at CPS that have law enforcement backgrounds, and some of the people that we interview for these positions are also CPS students and understand the culture in the neighborhood as well.
I think also to Board Member Craig, we have a great relationship with our SROs. So when things are happening in the community, in our neighborhood, they are quick to reach out to us, and then we are also able to call them directly, knowing whatever area they take over, and say, hey, we're hearing this is going on in the community for our young people. They're walking that way. Do you know what's going on? Should we reach out to our parents and say they should go another route coming to school? So I think that relationship is very cohesive, and that we work really hard with them. With the things that are on the outside, they may impact the school. But our students are always going to tell us what's happening in the neighborhood, so that we can move forward on those things.
And I think that's the other part to it, is that our students aren't hiding
No.
what's going on. They're
No.
letting us know. They're very informative to the folks within the school. And so, having security working with the principal and working with teachers and working with coaches and everyone else who's working with some of these students to really make sure that if there's an issue, we can address it the best way we can as a district, or at least get the right partners to the table to address those issues.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice
Board-
President Bolton,
Okay.
did you have more?
No.
Okay. I don't want to cut off any information.
No, ma'am.
Right. First of all, thanks for the presentation, and two areas particularly that I think need to be commended. One is that at least as board members, we do get early, quick notifications of those issues that are happening in the school that we need to know about. And having been here a long time, I think that's been one of the great improvements for us, because, and I know we can't get all of it, and some of it has to be very, very secure, and not necessarily always shared, but I'm pleased with that. And the other thing to be commended would be the results of these surveys. I'm not sure how the survey is done or what have you, but I think anything that even remotely is close to whatever those results are would be headlines for and not necessarily the norm in many urban districts. So I think we're to be commended. I would also say part of that is the nature of our buildings. You have to really wonder about how safe we all would feel if indeed the taxpayers had not had invested as much money as they did in rebuilding, because much of it was done with the understanding, even in an earlier time when there was a stronger sense of security, we have built buildings that allow you to perhaps offer greater safety. But I do have a couple of questions, several questions, largely because I think this is the top priority for me, which is life and death regarding our kids and our staff. The safety, the risk to the district is in the safety piece. And if we can't provide that, our people will stop coming to our schools. And right now, it's what they think as one of the top 3 or 4 priorities is safety for our kids. So I have a couple of questions. Do we need more cameras? And you can say yes, but we won't hold any of you to how many. Are they effective?
Yes, cameras are effective. Any technology improvements would be greatly appreciated.
Okay. And I think that's important for us to know. That's very important. It cannot be just an incremental budget for safety. Another, are our metal detectors activated, and are they manned or personed at every one of our schools?
So we have 3 types of metal detectors. We
Yes.
have our walk-through metal detectors that are at our high schools. Are there at schools where the principal chooses to have them? We also have ground detectors, and we also have handheld detectors. Typically, the ground detectors and handheld detectors are used on request. Or if there's something identified on a student. So if a student says, one student confidentially reports that another student may be in possession of something, then a handheld metal detector may be used to determine if that student is in fact in possession of something.
Thank you. We used to get, and I guess we might still, I don't know, and I might have not seen it, but we used to get periodic, and this might be part of positive school culture. We used to get reports because the state unfortunately insisted that there be reports on the number of bullying events in our school district. And of course, the minute the state said you had to report it, people found ways not to report it.
We're still reporting it. We still have our bully button that they push, and we have all those things still in place. And you're right, it does fall under the positive school culture and the social workers.
And that might be something, again, to look at again, or get periodic efforts, especially people feeling comfortable about reporting. Often that's part of the problem. To your point about relationships, the most important safety feature we have is if our people have the relationships, and that's not just security assistants, but that's also our teachers and our other staff members, whether it's maintenance or whether it's, the people that provide crossing walk safety, because the kids will tell if they have trust. And you mentioned SROs. We spent, I don't know how many months, actually almost 2 years, hearing about the removal of police from our buildings. Unfortunately, we decided not to do that, even though the American Civil Liberties Union had almost captured our district and some of our kids to make that part of a national theme. How you talked about the relationship. Can you talk a little bit more about the importance of the SROs in the buildings and where they're placed?
So the SRO's primary assignment is at the high schools, and they are responsible for all schools throughout Cincinnati. But in that relationship, they also talk about things that may happen at bus stops or routes and things of that nature. I will say that some of our SROs take it personal when something happens to one of the students at their schools. And they have a network among themselves that spans out to other agencies to ensure that all students remain safe and that information is freely communicated. So anything that is of a concern, whether it's a parental concern an auto concern, a public concern, I'm sorry, a private concern, or an individual student may be going through something, our SROs have the habit of looking into it and doing the best that they can to try to resolve it.
Thank you.
I think, Vice President Bolden, I feel like they are partners with us in the work. They will, I know they're mainly at the high school, but they go to the elementary schools. I mean, wherever their area is, they're gonna come if you call. And so I really believe they're important because sometimes they can talk to a parent and share information that will help them calm down and say, we're gonna take care of it. Sometimes things are happening in the neighborhood, but when they come to the school, they want us to help. And sometimes we can call the SRO and say, hey, it didn't happen at school, but the parent is really upset. How can we support them? So I feel like they're partners with us in the work. I think they come in and they support us in the way that we need them to. So I think they're very important.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, because they are at our high schools, but you're right, it's
Oh,
a
yeah.
geographic
Yeah, it
thing.
is, yeah.
So they each have for the
Yep,
little people
yep.
too, and the smaller,
Yep,
yes,
they
I
do.
appreciate that. One last question is just my own interest, and I'm not speaking about the transit centers.
I would like
yes.
to, just real quick, and it just came to my attention because we talked about the elementary,
Microphone.
I'm sorry, we talked about the elementary schools. And I wanted just to share that there was a 6-year-old that got off the bus because she was a big girl, and she decided that she didn't need to go home. And the SRO and the police communications and our own CPS transportation center literally tracked that young lady down within a half hour. It was fantastic. And I don't think that we could have did that without our transportation having I guess the bus route for that student, and also the police communications talking directly to each other to locate that young lady. So I just wanted to share that with you since you brought it up. And that's a good example of how our SROs and our police department and our school security and how they all work together just for the safety and benefit of our students.
Thank you. And it's a good segue for this last question, because my interest is that relationship that we have with our transportation vendors, both Metro and also our private vendors, because as Mr. Craig mentioned, it's really also what's happening to and from school that impacts what's happening, not just in the neighborhood and in the school, but if there's an altercation at the bus stop, or if there's a problem on the bus. How is that reported to us? And does that go through the principal and then to you, or how does that work?
If there's a problem with transportation, it starts with the principal. And so, then the principal usually lets us know what's going on, and then I let the superintendent know, especially if it's something that is a grievous that we need to deal with. But that's how it works. They go through the principal.
Great, thank you. And one last thing is, Mr. Lindy said, maybe it might be good to kind of find ways to measure the success, whether it's numbers or types of events that are, and that's, you probably all have that. I just don't know if the board has seen some of that stuff, but I appreciate the report, and I feel much better able to look at the budget now based upon your presentation. Thank you.
So you went already.
I have something quick, but I can go after you.
Board Member Mapp, and then I'm gonna go, and then you can go. Board Member Mapp.
Sounds great.
It'll be very quick because Vice President Bolden already covered a lot of the questions that I had around the SROs. And so I do remember that it was really a contentious point before I joined the board, but I wanted to also know the impact and the positive things that our SROs were doing. And so just to add value, it may be helpful if we were able to capture that data and reframe the narrative about what our SROs are doing and how our students and our parents are experiencing that relationship. The question that I do have is pertaining to House Bill 206, where it is discussing or is proposing school expulsion for students. And so I'm wondering if there's conversation around this particular bill to make sure that we're taking preventative actions where our students and our families are informed about making sure that their behavior is not leading to anything that would, their behavior is not leading to anything that would pose imminent danger or threat to anyone else, because we don't want to see any of our students expelled for 180 days or longer. So I'm wondering if there's any conversation that the department is doing to ensure that our students are informed about what appropriate behavior is and how to conduct themselves at school so that we don't, end up in this position. So trying to make sure that we're taking proactive and preventative measures.
Yeah, that would fall under our positive school culture, and where we are doing a lot of work around how we behave in school, setting those expectations, but also creating a schedule where we actually teach those expectations. The expectations should be posted all over the building, in the classroom, but also doing some training with our security around restorative practice and trauma-informed care so that they know how to navigate and work with our young people that are experiencing all these things, so it doesn't escalate to something like that. But definitely with the House Bill 206, Ms. House and her team are really making sure that, and we're digging in with the principals on what that looks like. What does your PBIS plan look like? How do students know what they're rewarded for? What are the consequences? What steps are there to contact parents? What's next on the list? When do I finally get to a referral, or am I going to the office? Do I need to go speak to a counselor first? So knowing the kids and creating a system, that's what we're doing with our PBIS and our positive school culture, so that we teach them the expectations so that we don't have lots of students that are being expelled from school.
Thank you.
So I'm going to just be brief because much of my my comments have already been shared. But I do think that I know that the board members have been getting quite a bit of concerns around random searches and parents, and particularly the yonder bags being confiscated by the searches. So I appreciate you answering these questions, and I think that's where a lot of our questions are coming from, is because parents want to know. So I'm really grateful that much of this is public. We have kind of disbanded our health and safety, which is where we got a lot of information, or health and safety committee, sorry, which is where we would get a lot of information around bullying, around building safety. So maybe this would be great to have. We were getting data around this, so maybe we could have you all come back, on a somewhat regular basis and provide the data that we were getting before, because we have been getting data around bullying. In an attempt to answer the questions that we've been getting on emails, I did do some research with the superintendent, and I learned that you all do walking to and from school, bullying prevention. All of those things are underneath safety, and you do them with making nice, safe maps or routes for kids to get on the buses if they're taking the yellow buses or the metro. So it's really beyond just simply the building. It is the route to the building, the route home. What I shared, because I learned this, is that some of these things come in anonymous reporting. Someone might say to parents, or parents may call in, maybe it's even a social media post to say, hey, this was posted, and then they let you all know. So sometimes it is not advantageous for us to alert the students that they're going to be a random search, because maybe that was what the tip was about. And so I, in speaking with the superintendent, suggested that to the parent, start with your principal, because the principals know exactly what the random search is for. As you mentioned, oftentimes they're in attendance, they're participating. And so they can be the first line of defense to be able to say, this is what this was about, to that parent. We did our SROs, you mentioned the SROs in our buildings. I do want to also note for the public, SROs are also in private schools as well. They're not just public schools. They also go to private schools, elementary schools. And we did lose one of our SROs. And so out of respect, just acknowledging that we did lose an SRO. So some of our students may be experiencing that loss as well, because as you mentioned, it is about relationship building. And so that, just wanted to acknowledge that as well to our community. Board Member Weinberg.
Oh, that was quick. So I just wanted to add one more question to what I asked about regarding the code of conduct. I know parents obviously receive it, students receive it, but this will be a question for the superintendent as well. Are we doing anything intentionally in terms of making sure that our parents understand? Obviously, they get the code of conduct. I'm not going to say that every parent reads it, but hopefully they are reading it. What is being done, or what has been done in the past to be informative or to engage our families and parents?
So at the start of every school year, all of the students have open houses, meet the teacher night, welcome back to school. and they go over the expectations broadly. Even the SROs will speak in front of the parents and let them know what the purpose of their presence in the buildings and on the grounds are. The Positive School Culture Committees often show up at PTO meetings to explain what is going on. Notifications may go home to parents if the child is being recognized for the monthly Positive School Culture Award or appreciation or field trip. You get to go skating because you behaved in such a way. There are signs in our school too that talk about the random searches, the purpose of them, the fact that they are done on a basis where we don't notify people. Very early in the school year, the response team will reach out to the principals to schedule searches, and they'll say, hey, we'll have time for about 5 classrooms today. The principal may select what area of the building, what grade level they want to cover. I have seen it that the response team will come in with the principal. They will announce their purpose for the day, and the principals will also tell the families broadly, not at all specifically when these searches will happen, because we want to keep them random. We want to keep them quiet, so to speak, and not make that big of a deal out of it. And I do hear the response team members explaining to children, explaining to teenagers what the purpose is. And at the end of the day, it's done to keep everyone safe. And sometimes kids do get things confiscated, and they do get upset about the things that are confiscated. And then sometimes the parents have to come to the building to retrieve whatever confiscated item there may have been, and that may upset them as well. And they express those frustrations to us, and then we walk them through why we do what we do, what things are okay to have in school, and what things are not okay to have in school.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Thank you. And I appreciate you keeping your slides brief and for summarizing. That
I'm
was the
trying to follow the
assignment.
instructions. The
Yes.
superintendent told us you have 5 minutes. No, she
Thank
didn't say that. She
10
didn't say
slides
that,
or
but
less,
she-
and
But
don't
she
read
did
to
tell
us.
us to make it brief, precise, and clear.
Thank you so much. Superintendent Murphy, please introduce your and the treasurer's presentation around resource coordination.
Awesome. Also joining me today to talk about resource coordination is our Director of School and Community Partnerships, Mr. Sierra Badge is going to come down front. We were tasked with talking to you all today about resource coordination. I think everyone has a form in front of them that talks about our community learning center, the model, the board policy around community learning centers and resource coordination, and what the purpose is, why we have them, what we expect of the resource coordinators, and then we get into today in this presentation some possible adjustments that we can make to the work moving forward. Mr. Badgett.
Good evening, school board members. Good evening, Superintendent Murphy and Assistant Treasurer, Mr. Gusta. This evening, we're going to talk about several proposals around the CLC, Community Learning Center model, but more so the Community Center Learning Model hand in hand works with the resource coordinator with that model. So with that being said, our district policy, board policy 7500 says that our schools will serve as community learning centers, and with that, they will serve as the hub for the neighborhood. And an important role with that is resource coordination, resource coordinator. Next slide, please. So one of the things with the LSTMC, they pick the lead agency. So if you look on our screen, you'll see that we have a total of 16 lead agencies that serve several of our sites. The cost for resource coordination is $72,000. It's a reimbursement model, so lead agencies can bill the district up to $72,000 per resource coordinator or per site. So if you see on our sheet, for an example, Miami University, they have 1 resource coordinator, and you'll see the total CPS investment is $72,000. And then give you another example, CRC, they have 2, so their total investment or PO is for $144,000. So currently, our budget, we're currently around 4.1 mil. in resource coordination throughout the district. Okay. I think it's also important to say that we have an organization called Clicky. Clicky has been around for many years in the district. They actually helped start the Community Learning Center model, and they're known throughout the state. And with that being said, they are self-funded, so we do not pay for any of the resource coordinators from Clicky, and they are at 6 of our schools, so that's why you see no dollar amount there. Next slide, please. And then these are the sites that the lead agencies are currently serving for schools. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, and this just gives you a visual of all of our schools across the district. All right, next slide. So proposal 1A is to keep our lead agency model, to keep lead agencies in the school. With that being said, you'll see the first line is to maintain resource coordinators at the high schools. Line 2, maintain 1 resource coordinator for elementary schools, middle schools, and junior high schools with a projected student enrollment of 350 or higher for the 25-26 school year. You can see the dollar amount. It breaks down to 9 resource coordinators in the east, 8 resource coordinators central, 11 resource coordinators on the west, and 3 district-wide coordinators. District-wide is students that, schools that are citywide schools. Example, Fairview. Okay. So with that, you'll see the dollar amount there. And then schools with under 350, we would have 3 resource coordinators assigned to those 6 schools. So it would be 1 resource coordinator for 2 schools. Okay. And then you'll see the costs associated with our Clicky schools. We use the 72 base. I know Clicky pays resource coordinators differently. I know they have fringe benefits, but this was just to give you an idea of what it would cost us if we had to cover those 6 resource coordinators. So potential savings 432. And then with proposal 1A, you can see currently our resource coordinators, they work 12 months. So if we took it down to 11 months, we could save $282,000. And so you'll see the total amount for this proposal is 3.1, which again, today we're paying 4.1 in resource coordination. Next slide, please. So with proposal 1, we would have a total of 47 resource coordinators, which is down from where we are. Almost every site has a resource coordination. On this sheet here, it gives you what it would cost us for 12 months, which is currently what they're under right now. So 12 months would be at 3.384, which is still a cost reduction from where we are today. And then 11 months, 3.1, still down. And then we have a 10-month option as well, which would be 2.8. Okay. All right. Next slide, please. All right. Proposal 2A, in-source. So this is in-source versus outsource. So this would be CPS as the employer for resource coordination versus lead agency. So we would employ the resource coordinators. So I do want to note that we go from 47 to 42 resource coordinators, and it would be 1 resource coordinator for 2 schools for the elementary, and the high schools would still have a resource coordinator. So this is, you can see there, for an example, 60K base salary with fringes. We did the fringes off of 35%, not cent, 35%, and that gave us what the cost would be to run this model, in-source versus outsource. Okay, next slide, please. And then we break it down for you so you can see if we hired someone at 60K, what it would cost us, 81K, and then if they were at 50K, it would cost the district 67.5. Okay, I'll turn it over to Superintendent Murphy.
Board member questions, comments? Board member Craig?
As always, thank you for this presentation. I think one of the things we've been trying to figure out with regards to resource coordination is what are those needs in some ways that our schools have? And so maybe could you speak a little bit to the difference in needs for resource coordinators, or really the different use of a resource coordinator at our high school versus what their need and use is at an elementary school or in our middle schools as we're gonna have in junior high?
Sure, I'll just say, we have the resource coordinators complete a needs assessment every year, because the needs can change from year over year. So with that being said, your high school resource coordinators, they're meeting with those principals, they're meeting with the LSDMCs, because the LSDMCs, they do the evaluation, a mid-year and an end-year evaluation on the lead agency. So with that being said, the work with the resource coordinator at high school might be a little bit different than elementary, because we're getting those students ready for post-secondary. And then I know the need for elementary, they're trying to make sure that they have testing incentives, tutoring, Bearcat buddies, those needs.
And again, I think that's important to note, because I think that goes in a little bit to why we have this somewhat difference in how many resource coordinators are serving our high school, where there may be a lot more resources and a lot more intensity needed to ensure that students get their opportunities post-grad. And especially some of the schools where there is this need for the district to play a little bit bigger role than maybe in some other spaces in that process. Whereas in the elementary and lower grades, it's really about getting resources to the students to continue their journey, to keep them on track, to find out ways to kind of supplement what they're learning and how they're learning, right? So like it maybe needs that it's not as much promotional need as much as it is continuing their education, continuing their growth within that level, right? With each of these plans, and I think, again, I probably have some ways that I would lean on the proposal. I think it's nice to bring them in-house, but I think it also is an administrative challenge still with doing so in some ways because of the quickness of change and how do you recruit and these other aspects that also go into bringing things in-house that might be more transitional than overnight feel. But with proposal one, is the expectation also that you would still look to identify those providers that meet with what the LSEMC needs, but also try to coordinate a little bit more? I know that's something you've presented to us before about, is trying to coordinate what the resource coordinators' resources they're utilizing and tools are using, so that you get a little bit more consistency or a little least more communication among resource coordinators, even if they're at different lead agencies or different programs, because I think there's a lot of folks who may not always know to go to which lead agency to provide assistance to a school if they wanted to do so.
So can you?
So like, can you maybe give us a little bit of a description of the expectations for what a lead agency under this plan, what additional things would lead agencies be expected to kind of do to bridge some of maybe the commonalities of resources that are needed or those type of things? Because again, I can imagine there would be still some spaces where if we're going down a number of resource coordinators, there may be a need to have a lot more efficiency in how those resources are brought in and how those resources are utilized by the resource coordinators.
So I think that everyone is probably very clear on the resource coordinator having to take cues not only from the lead agency, which we value very, very much, those partnerships, but the other part is then also what are the expectations of the school. So all of the groups have MOUs per their individual school that's based on what the LSDMCs have identified as needs for the school. Every lead agency may function a little differently because of whatever goals they may have established for themselves, which then could create some challenges resource coordinator to resource coordinator, organization to organizations. What we do here at CPS is bring the resource coordinators together on a monthly basis to provide training, remind them of expectations, train them on how we are collecting data and ensuring that that data is being collected with fidelity. So are there more opportunities to be able to do work like that? I believe yes.
Okay. And then the last question I had was really, again, the 11th month versus 12-month contract. And I guess maybe what is the expectation for a resource coordinator when school is not in session? And I know some schools have summer programming and that type of deal, but not all will have that.
Yeah, I think a couple of years ago when we had summer scholars and we did the instructional piece and the enrichment piece, the resource coordinators worked extremely hard and accepted a lot of the responsibility for completing that work. While it would be challenging because many schools still offer programming, a lot of the lead agencies still support programming in the summer. We have, over the past year, last summer, seen less of that. This year, we have so far said if there is a lead agency that is interested in providing summer opportunities, that is something that we would talk to them about, just as if there were any other organization that wanted to utilize our buildings for summer or weekend enrichment and opportunities. So we're still open to that, but I think the work lessons during the month of July, which while a pain point might be easier to work through if that need arises.
I think for me, then that tells me that there's a benefit to potentially utilizing the resources within the time frame that they're needed, and maybe that additional month is not necessarily the best use of that role if it's not something that they have a proposal, have a plan for how to maximize. And I think that gives me go to the lead agency providing that information to go to that cost benefit analysis that we've been talking about a lot more, which is for every dollar we spend, we need to know what's that benefit we're going to see from it. So I appreciate the presentation.
Board Member Weinberg.
Yes, so thank you again for the presentation. I just have two quick questions. If you go back to the slide where it says Proposal 1A, I just want to make sure that I am reading this correctly. So if we are keeping our lead agencies, you're stating that we would have how many? What would be the total?
This slide really probably talks less about the number of lead agencies, and more about the number of resource coordinators. So it is.
What would be the number for the resource coordinators for
So there are a
Proposal
total
1A?
of 31 in Proposal 1A.
So 31,
Can I add?
yes.
So
plus the click
total
and
all, for all schools would be, in this slide, would be
Yes.
47.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry, he has it broken down 31 on that
He
second
does, and
line.
that's why I was a little
Sorry.
confused, but I wanted to ask for clarification. So Proposal 1A, the total number would be
47.
47. But then when we go to Proposal 1B, it's still the 47, but it's just breaking it down 12-month, 11-month, 10-month.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you go back up to the original slide there, it says savings from an 11th month contract. So this would be technically in 1A, the 47 with an 11-month contract.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Can you go next slide, please?
And then comparing it to the 1B, it's still 47, but now it's giving us three choices, 10, 11, and 12.
Yes, ma'am,
Correct.
correct.
I just wanted to make sure I was following along. Thank you.
Different prices.
Yes, with different pricing. I
ma'am.
did see that part. Thank you.
All savings.
Thank you. Oh, and I wanted to add, sorry, I'm so thankful for our resource coordinators. Thank you.
Board members? Vice President Bolton.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation. I think it's an achievement to think in terms of what looks like, what kind of percentage savings would this be on Proposal 1? Is that a 20-some% savings, 25,
1 million.
it was 1 million out of, or 1 point something million? I'm going to our assistant treasurer.
He said 4 million.
It's about a 25% savings.
I think achieving a 25% savings and not necessarily changing the volume of service, but indeed maybe the manner of service, I think that's an achievement. And as a person that was here when that policy was written, and also a few years ago when I think we saved the policy from destruction, I'm still very supportive of having lead agencies. Not because I'm just old school or a purist, but, and I think it would be easier if we just said, we'll do it. But I also think that that is, easy is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking to maintain the initial philosophy and creativity of the plan. That even though it's hard to get the kind of consistency that we may want across the district, I think that additional energy and that those additional perspectives, because the concept is that it's not a wraparound service provider. This is what the nation keeps trying to make community learning centers be. It's not about wraparound service. It's about making the school the center of the community. That's what it's supposed to be, whether it's Roll Hill or whether it is Kilgore, and without the lead agency piece. And I think we can do an even better job. I appreciate the fact the administration has literally had lead agencies at every one of our buildings. You've finally been true to the policy. My interest would be there, and with a 25% savings, I think that's remarkable. I also know again and again and again, it's impossible to decide or to measure the actual return on investment of having somebody in each of the buildings be a resource coordinators, because I will guarantee you they are providing far more resources, whether it's in dollars or quality of service or even the love of the school from the community, than we're spending. These are among, just like I think extracurricular activities, these are the best dollars we spend. And because they're directly helping not only the students, but also building the community. So I'm interested in one. I do think a shorter year, so to speak, but not 10. I could see where it's 11 months instead of 12 months if we needed it, but 25% savings. I also like the fact that you're using the 350 because we already paid in blood, sweat, and tears to get us to where we were thinking in terms of 350 when we were talking about whether or not you get an AP. I mean, so at least there's that consistency. I think that's good. So I do think we get the return on investment. I'm interested in keeping the lead agencies. I'm interested in whatever the administration is going to ultimately suggest, but I would really hope that we also work hard on getting less of a gap between the most successful community learning center resource coordinators and the ones that are the most struggling, and figure out how we can make things a little bit more even that way. But I appreciate this, and if the treasurer and other folks, like the superintendent, present us buckets, a 25% savings would be a remarkable achievement if we weren't reducing, if we don't reduce the service so significantly. So appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go with my suggestions. I think I've shared this with you because I'm pretty opinionated, but I'm going to share them publicly here. I kind of like one, maybe a little bit of two, but I'm going to offer some creative thinking. I think this is an opportunity for us to just blow it up and redo it. It is very, very clear that the board is not interested in getting rid of resource coordination. They absolutely play a significant and integral role in our kids and in the school and in the support. So that, to get rid of them is not an option. I wish that we had a proposal that had all 66 of our buildings with one, which kind of confuses me because even the 47 plus 6 from Clicky, that's only 53 schools. So there are still some schools that are missing, which is a concern because therein lies an equitable problem to me because every building is not getting them. So how do we determine what 13 buildings aren't getting them, which is problematic to me. So I got through two of my questions. So I think that there's value in lead agencies, but I think that it should be different. I shared with you before that I just have a concern that some schools get the benefit of some lead agencies and other schools don't get the benefit of some lead agencies, where I think that that should be more uniform. I'll give you an example. As a lead agency that specializes in art, may focus at one or two schools, but there could be benefit to other schools that would never touch that lead agency because they're not tied to that school. So I think that there should be some continuity in having the lead agencies. We contract with the lead agencies, all of them that have a benefit, that offer some things. And then the resource coordinators can utilize those agencies regardless of what schools they're in. Again, this will be for you all to kind of pick that through, but if there is a desire to keep lead agencies, why would we not allow the lead agencies to impact more schools, and then we contract with those lead agencies directly, rather than have the lead agencies hire the resource coordination? We got a presentation earlier, and I did a little bit of research that the average salary for resource coordinators is around 55, between like 50 and 60. So I'm kind of confused how we're getting to be 70 up here. I think that there would be a cost savings if we were to keep that salary at around between 50 and 55, and then allow for incremental increases so that they got like a cost of living increase, they got other benefits. I'm not interested in having their pay be 10 months, but maybe they could get paid for the whole year. So that, I just think we're running into that with AFSCME, where AFSCME is not paid in the summer and they're not paid for breaks. I'm not interested in that for our resource coordinators. I wish we could kind of keep them paid all year if we could, and maybe they don't work in the summer, but something kind of like our teachers. Or whatever the salary is. The salary could be 60,000. I don't know. I just know that the disparity in the pay of resource coordinators across agencies bothers me. I'm not married to 50 to 60, but I do think it's unfair that some agencies get more money and other agencies get less money. So for me, whatever the number is, I think it should be consistent. I think they should be paid all year, even though they don't work in the buildings. There's still things that they could do in the corridors in the summer, and maybe we don't have all of them, but I would like to see some consistency across their pay. I particularly like the corridor model and keeping resource coordinators within corridors that are tied to schools. We have the corridor, so maybe if you have to share resource coordinators, then they get a junior high and a high school so that there's consistency there. Again, as I shared with you, I did that at Gear Up, where we actually had a cohort. We had 2 elementary schools and a high school, and then I was able to give my 2 elementary schools the same thing that their high school got. So there's consistency there. I would like to see the ability to do that. So keep the lead agencies, but make them, maybe we contract with them. So every lead agency gets, I don't know, I'm just giving an example, gets money so that we can use, all of our resource coordinators can use the benefit of all of the agencies in some capacity. And I don't know, that's for you all to figure out, but I just know some lead agencies offer really good programming, and schools don't get that because that's not their lead agency. So consistency, utilizing all of the lead agencies, having them be paid across the year, 12 months. I'm not exactly sure how we got to the 47 schools and what schools are excluded. Even when we add the 6 clicky schools, it's still not all of them. So that's kind of confusing to me.
So just to add, so we went from 6 schools that were 350 or under. So you have savings of 72,000 times 3 schools. And then we have a couple other schools that will blend out.
So they don't have a resource coordinator?
They would not.
So that's part of the 13 that are missing. Because the 47.
Talking about for the high school?
Well, in the 1A, this entire proposal for 1A is 47 schools, right? And then Clicky has 6 schools, which is the Community Learning Center Institute for people that are asking. So we're still missing schools. Those schools are tied, am I missing them? I'm sorry.
I was going to say, we can bring a breakdown for you at the next one, which will give you the schools in the corridor and the current lead agency that they have.
So how many resource coordinators do we have currently? Are we covering all of our schools?
We have 4 vacancies currently, so we have some schools with some vacancies.
So we got like 62?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
So we're going from 62 to 53.
47.
Well,
47.
I'm counting the 6.
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
And the other schools that are missing are under the 350? Is that, I'm confused.
No,
How do we?
so all of our schools, so all of our schools would be hit under this model right here.
All 60?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Every
Okay.
school will be hit under
But
here.
it will be done with 47?
Correct.
resources? Okay.
That is
All right.
correct.
I got you. I understand. Okay.
The other thing, Dr. Moffitt, everybody, there should not be any school that has identified a need through their needs assessment that the resource coordinator is not able to go out and find something to come back and provide that need. And that should be regardless of what the lead agency is. So the lead agency selection is not simply because you're the Y and you can provide after-school programming. What if the school says, hey, we want more STEM opportunities? That resource coordinator, regardless of the expertise of the lead agency, goes out to find someone, some organization who can bring STEM programming to the school. So the equity with programming should not be an issue regardless of the lead agency.
I do understand. Let me just share what my personal experience has been, and that's in theory. I love it. But in application, I know there's some programming at some schools that is not at other schools because they don't have the same lead agency. So that's, and it's great programming. It's not to say that the lead agency that the other school has doesn't benefit. It's just, there seems to be, it just seems unequal.
So that resource coordinator is reporting out to the LSDMC every month. And if there's something that the LSDMC has identified as a want for the school, that resource coordinator should be held accountable for bringing that to the school. At the same time, how we get feedback about what is working, what's not working is twice a year, we ask, 1, for the lead agency to give us feedback, and 2, for the LSDMC to give us feedback. So if there is some gap along the way with services, we should be able to identify that along the way.
I understand. I just wanted to share that I think there's benefit in the resource coordinators having a cohort that work together to have the same pool of resources that are available, but it's just me. Board Member Matt.
So I just wanted to go on record stating that I value all of our resource coordinators in our schools. I know the countless hours that you spend ensuring that you are advocating on behalf of our students and our families and really helping to create that culture and climate of our schools and make every school special. So I really just wanted to go on record saying that. While I have to abstain from the conversation, I just wanted to make you all aware that I really support the efforts that you all do.
Vice President Bolton.
Yeah, raise an issue for me. I can see where there would be some schools that would not have resource coordinators that currently may, based upon size or based upon whether or not those schools are going to exist. But what about the 3, what I call junior highs, but I know we're going to call all 6 middle schools, but the 3 junior highs that are the feeders for Withrow and West High and Schroeder. What will determine whether or not those junior highs have a dedicated resource coordinator? What will decide that? Is it the 350 number, or what are our thoughts? I mean, that, if there's not 350 there, then will they be sharing a resource coordinator from the high school? Is that,
So we have used the model where Schroeder Middle School and the Lighthouse were going to share a resource coordinator because of the sheer number of students. And so we could follow through with that type of model.
Okay.
We've done that in the past as well. When the Promise Center was separated out, we shared resource coordinators.
so that helps me. And if our three buildings that end up being middle schools, whether it's at the Hartwell site or South Avondale or Pleasant Hill, will the number of students enrolled determine whether or not they'll have a resource coordinator?
That is one of the things this proposal is suggesting.
Okay. As long as it, so that consistency helps me a bit. And that's what I need to know. Thanks.
Board Member Craig.
So I just want to maybe clarify a couple of things, because I think it's, we get a little muddy in some of the discussion here. We currently have schools now who share resource coordinators, do we not? If I'm not mistaken, I believe we have at
preschoolers.
least one.
Preschool.
The preschoolers share at this time.
And so, and the way they do that is that there's a resource coordinator who provides certain resources and kind of monitors the needs of the school. And because our preschools in large part are smaller in size, they're able to provide resources and connections and that type of deal without it necessarily being something you have to be there every day to do so. And I think what you all are proposing in Proposal 1, at least, and I think probably a little more likely also in Proposal 2, is that some of our schools that are smaller, that may not have the same number of students in sheer volume that have the same necessary needs, there may be a way to coordinate the allocation of resources to both of those schools and within a pocket area, so whether it's within the corridor or close proximity or whatever the case may be, to ensure that the students also get their resources. So there wouldn't be like a school that would have no one providing any resources that they're requesting through their LSDMC or through the needs expressed through the principals and staff, but that there may not be one person per that one school. Is that right? It's kind of the understanding there that we would still be covering every school who expresses a need through the LSDMC for resource coordination would still get it. It's the manner in which, if it's a smaller school with less than 350 students, they may be sharing one person as opposed to having their own dedicated.
That's
Is that
correct.
right? The other thing that I think this is worth saying out loud in some ways, we have contracts, if we're using this as external lead agencies, I think it's still worth pointing out that that's a contract with an organization to provide a service. And I have a very strong objection, and I get other folks who have a different thought process and whatever. I don't care how they decide to pay the person, whether they pay them 12 months or pay them 10 months or whatever. I don't think we should pay more than 11 months if they're not working more than 11 months for us. And I think there's a point to that to me is that that's the contract. That's how they decide to pay that person. And I think it's the same way we do with other things at times where we have contracts with folks who we say for these 9 months, these 10 months out of a year, we pay for these services. Now, if you want to pay that person, because most folks won't work 9 months and then not work the next 3 over a 12-month plan, that's on you, the lead agency, on like how you pay your person, on ensuring that the person's paid in that manner, right? Like that's not something we typically dictate. We would dictate what our contract would pay for, right? If I'm understanding that correctly?
Correct. Currently, we contract out at 72,000.
Okay, and then I think also just one last clarification point. When we were talking about before, that's contracting because we also have to contract benefits pay into whatever we do for these organizations. And so there's some administrative thought that they would have a cost that is associated, which is why if you brought them back in-house, the idea is that you would lose some of the administrative costs, but you would gain and sometimes benefits or other things that would be part of bringing them back in. So it would be somewhat of the difference between Proposal 1, which is the amount we pay an agency to pay a person to do a job, versus Proposal 2, which is the amount we pay the person to do that work. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that, because again, I think sometimes we talk around a lot of the things, and I think it's helpful for us to kind of understand better. I think it's still, we have to think about this in a different way. We have to be recognizing and appreciating that, yes, resource coordinators are a necessity in our schools because we have community learning centers and because we have students who have needs, and we need to make sure those needs are taken care of and dealt with. But we also have to be thinking about how do we do stuff in a way that's most effective to ensure that everybody gets the benefit. And I think that's the struggle that we are still facing right now, because we do not have unlimited dollars to do so.
Thank you. Board Member Lindy.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the presentation. And I know I had to step out for a sec. I apologize. What is most helpful from us this evening is responses to the 4 proposals.
Yes, sir.
I think my response will be the same across the whole budget process, which is superintendent of the 4, what is your recommendation? I was counting 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B.
So, because I think it's critically important that we hold on to the partnerships that we have, and I think that sometimes we don't always recognize what the lead agencies do behind closed doors that aren't so public. If we didn't have them, there are some who write grants for programming, and if we didn't have that resource, we may not have the opportunity, the ability to receive those grants. So I would like to do whatever we can to hold on to as many lead agencies as we can, selfishly. I have seen, being in elementary schools and high schools as a principal, the value and the importance of the connects that the resource coordinator makes. I don't think anybody here is saying anything different. Because I understand our financial situation, proposal 1 at 11 months might be the most palatable. It is really hard for us to get into how any organization actually spends their dollars after we have a particular agreement with them. So to answer Board Member Lindy's question, I think the first proposal, proposal 1A that's being shared, is what I would recommend, if that's the time to do it.
I appreciate that. I think that makes a ton of sense. I think I'm going to try to come back to the same questions throughout the whole budget processes, which is what's the recommendation of the administration. And that certainly seems to make sense to me. I happen to like resource coordinators. I think this is a good thing. The last question was just how, can you remind me how, in the last presentation we saw from Treasurer Wagner, she had sized, and Mr. Gustin, I'm sure you know this too, but like the size of the gap we're trying to close in our budget this year?
Is it 60 million?
Roughly, yeah.
660 million?
60, yeah.
60.
Great. And so this is what we've been talking about for the last 30 minutes or so. That's 4 million of the 60 million.
I wouldn't categorize it that way. I mean, the potential savings, I think, of 1A would be 1 million of 60 million.
Okay.
But the resource coordinators themselves are 4 million out of 624 that we're going to spend. Does that make sense? I'm sorry.
Yeah, here, like the bigger picture thought I'm just trying to have is how we spend our time as a board. And like if we spend this much time on a decision that closes blank amount of the budget gap, will we hit where we need to be by the time we need to pass a budget by the end of June? I think that's, and I don't need an answer, but I want us to pay attention to like, what's the level of altitude we're engaging in? How much deference are we showing to the administration's recommendations? And how much runway do we have between now and when we need to pass an approved budget? I get more and more concerned the closer we get to June. That's all. Thanks.
Any other board member questions? I think you got a little bit of information. Mr. Gustin, did you have a question?
No.
Oh, okay, all right. Thank you. Let's see, Superintendent Murphy, we are back on you. Please introduce you and Treasurer Wagner's presentation regarding athletics, update and recommendations.
I think our future treasurer, sorry, is going to cover
Treasurer in
this
waiting.
piece. Right, there you go.
Yeah, we really need to standardize on a term.
I know, right?
Sorry about that, Mike. I'm reading my script.
No, you're fine. But I think I'll go ahead and go through the slides quickly, and then I think Superintendent and Treasurer Wagner and myself can answer any questions you have. So first question is, how much do we spend on athletics and extracurriculars? What you have in front of you is just the general fund spend for this year, the budget for this year. The biggest chunk of that spend right now is Schedule E stipends. And so those are the stipends that we pay for coaches, for club advisors, for fine arts, kind of coordinators, directors. So, you know, think using the Aiken example, think about, you know, the Aiken basketball coach, the assistant coach, you know. Swoop, exactly. So that's the biggest chunk. The second biggest chunk is our contract with activities beyond the classroom. So that is your athletic directors. It's also security, management of Stargell Stadium. There are a bunch of other services inside that contract. And then, you know, next, third largest one, about $500,000 is athletic trainers, keeping all of our kids, you know, healthy and providing those services. And then next from there is just supplies, you know, equipment, supplies. So all of that together is right around $6.8 million for this year. If you go to the next slide, we have some participation numbers. So thank you, Director Harden, for providing these. We appreciate it. You can see, you know, we have about 8,600 kids who participate in athletics across the different buckets there. Multi-sport athletes do count more than once, so it's not a perfect number, but, you know, that's about a quarter of our students overall, if you think about it, who are participating in it. We do not yet have the same data for clubs. And for some of the fine art stuff, we're trying to get that, so to put a full picture together. And then obviously, once we have that, we can start doing, you know, cost per pupil analysis as well. And then Rob, you'll go to the final slide in our presentation here. I think this has been shared before. This was just analysis we were asked to do about bringing the athletic directors back into CPS. As an example, just a quick high-level analysis. Between the two, there's a slight cost savings for next year. It is kind of apples to oranges. You know, we are looking at one less athletic coordinator on the CPS proposal. You know, obviously, you can see there our fringe rate is higher. I think this kind of informs the conversation around resource coordinators as well. So, you know, our fringe rate's going to be higher probably than any contracted provider, but you know, we're kind of eating those admin costs that ABC would charge as part of the athletic department we have. Sorry.
It's just a little hard to hear you. You have such a soft voice. You can almost holler in there. It'd be okay.
All right, so those are the slides we have, so happy to take any questions.
Do board members have any questions? Board Member Weinberg.
I have a couple of questions. Thank you so much for the presentation. If you are looking at slide 4, I'm just kind of curious as to where some of the numbers came from. So my first question for the salary range, and I know that we're discussing a possible bringing back athletic directors, you know, taking them from the reins of ABC, possibly bringing them back to the district. So for the salary range, you have for a CPS employee, you have 43.5 to 71.586. My question would just be, how did you get to the 71.586?
Sure. So,
And that's my first of maybe 4 questions.
Oh, go ahead. So what ABC was really generous in sharing their information with us. So they shared the current salaries of the athletic directors, their employment. In this first proposal, we just copied those over and just said we would bring those employees over to CPS at the same salary range, and then just did the estimates from there.
So do we know how the salaries were determined to get to those particular numbers?
We just used ABC's salaries.
Do they know how they got those salary numbers? Did they share any of that information with you all?
They shared just
you have a
high-level salaries, but we didn't put names with it. So it was just kind of a list they provided, if that makes sense. So we just basically took their data and.
Can I maybe ask Mr. Harden?
Sure,
I just am curious in terms
Sure.
of where did that base come from or the maximum?
Yeah, I think when they started the ABC contract, there was a set range for the athletic directors' salaries, and those numbers have increased over the time of the contract with COLAs as well as experience, but there was no set range on school size or student participation. I think it was initial base and then COLAs from there.
Okay. And then when you look at the notes section, it has here that ABC salaries included 16 FTE, but then with the CPS proposal, we're including 15 FTEs. So I just wanted to know where's the one missing FTE?
Yeah, so there was an adjustment with Riverview East. There had been a full-time employee at Riverview East, and as it stands now, there is a staff member at that building with Riverview East in Spencer, and that staff member is receiving an additional stipend to support both the schools with the transition.
And so based off of the slide here, it's saying that we would have a 141,259. Basically, it would be a reduction of currently what we would be paying ABC.
That is correct.
And then my last question, I may have more, but have we thought about, and this is for Superintendent Murphy as well, have we thought about now with the new creation of our junior highs, what would be our plan in terms of our athletic directors or junior high athletic directors or assistant athletic directors? And are they incorporated into this summary, or is this just based off of what we have currently?
We were not going to do separate athletic directors at the junior highs or middle schools. Because of the work that has been done with our athletic team department, for example, the elementary athletics, how they were able to do a fantastic job building that up, we would continue the work at the central office at athletic department level.
And then my second question, if we go to slide 1, I see here on line 5 where we have the ABC, it says ADs and security, and then it gives the amount. So with the proposal of removing the ADs from the ABC, what would that mean for security?
So that security level covers games, matches, et cetera. We would still need a budget for security.
And then I just have a comment. As someone who participated in athletics, I appreciate seeing the participation that's listed, you know, from the elementary aspect all the way to the junior high and high school. So it was nice to see that the female participation was pretty close to the male, and I'm excited to see that. So we're getting up there, definitely.
I know that Mr. Harden has, over the last couple of years, specifically had one of his 3 goals around female athletes and stronger participation.
I may have some other questions. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Board Member Craig.
So again, I always want to start by saying thank you all for putting together this information for us. I think one of the things that I recognize in this is that we have to make sure that we're getting this budget process done quicker each year as we go along. And I say that in part because I know some of these costs are going to continue to keep going up. And unfortunately, they're going up for reasons that are beyond our control, reasons that reality is that other folks have their higher budgets, higher costs, and higher needs. But I did want to ask a little bit, and I think this is maybe part of the coordination of athletics as we go forward. There are certain things that potentially we just need to get better about getting on a consistent basis, getting it to be where we're going to be. And so there are a couple things in the budget that I thought, like, we're just going to potentially see these things coming up sooner than later and making these decisions sooner than later. And I don't know if there are any areas that you felt, Superintendent, or that we needed to be able to make definitive decisions on sooner than later, because I think this is part of the problem that we're having with this budget process, is that there are a lot of things that we would like to make decisions on, but we can't because we don't know what the rest of our decisions are going to look like.
That's true. So for example, today, in the past, in the athletics budget, being able to make a decision about athletic trainers has been a challenge. It's just as one example, because the vendors need to know sooner as opposed to later, so they know what their workforce looks like. And so it's hard for them to answer and prepare and to provide for us if we're not able to answer, to prepare, to provide for them. So that's a good example.
And I know that's another one of those things that has evolved over the last few years that I've been on the board even, where we went from where we used to get some of those services provided in some ways to then also having to scrounge around to lift every crumb and every rock to find the folks who could provide those resources, and it's just an area that's a challenge. I think the other thing that I thought is really impressive or really important about the idea of bringing the athletic directors back within CPS is that there is also the additional expectations of other things that having them as a full-time employee of the district can provide resources and assistance with. And I think that some of that is very difficult when you're coordinating with an outside agency, because technically by law, we're not allowed to manage that employee. They have a supervisor. We manage the work, not the employee. So we say, this is the work that we need done. This is the employee they've hired. They dictate, they decide. We don't have a lot of control in that sense. And having them back within us allows us a little bit more of that ability to control the employee, to really work with, determine if there's some schools that have a ton of athletics where they need somebody to manage that all the time. And there are other schools where the athletic director can be an assist in doing some of the other things within the building and some of the other things that are going on. Because as we heard from presentation on security, the coaches, all the other things, athletic directors will know what's going on with our students because they're there with our students. They're the ones who will be able to say, you know what, we need to figure out a plan for this student to get home safe from football practice or basketball practice or track practice or softball practice or whatever. So I think there's a way to incorporate some of those folks into conversations that we can't always do right now because of the nature of that relationship. That could be a great add-on or a great benefit to make ourselves more efficient in some of the resources that we're doing. So I wanted to just kind of also highlight there's benefits to bringing folks in. And these are things that we've talked about in budget and finance several years ago. We talked about insourcing versus outsourcing, right? And some of the benefits that come with insourcing is you're better able to control the employee and the work that the employee does. So I don't want us to miss out on that benefit as well, in addition to the financial benefits that might come from taking on the task.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think when I've done the research on the athletic directors across the state and the country and met with other district ADs and state ADs and local ADs, the athletic directors across Southwest District and beyond are recognized as administrators. They are part of the administrative team at the school, most notably reporting directly to their school principals. I know when I was at Walnut Hills for 4 years in the AD capacity, I was a school community coordinator, but I also know that besides Jeff Brokamp, I was the first person in the door and I was the last person out the door. I was a part of many high-level administrative conversations, and when those needed to happen with compliance, liability, eligibility, the homecoming, the proms, all those different things, I was brought in. And I know that that's happening with our athletic directors now, and so I strongly believe that they are administrators.
Vice President Bolton.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I have just a couple of questions. I too am thrilled with the equal numbers, so to speak, between male and female athletes, especially now we have a federal administration trying to rethink Title IX. Question, the amount of 6,700,000 and some thousand, that's supposedly the extracurricular, including athletics. So that's Schedule E.
Schedule E is a large number in there, yeah.
Okay.
That would have been that top line on that grid of the personnel. That's correct.
But we don't have the specific numbers for anything but athletics?
Yeah, so I presented when we did the strategic plan on an updated process to capture those club participation numbers to get more clean and updated data. And so we are going in partnership with Final Forms, which is how we track the athletic data, to track the club data as well. We do capture it somewhat through the resource coordinators and the programs that they utilize to track clubs, but this has been split up in many different ways. And so when I presented on the strategic plan with John Chambers, we shared that we were updating that moving forward.
Right, and so, and we need to obviously do more work, and actually, again, a history lesson, when this transferred from, the ADs transferred from the district to ABC, the AD was not athletic director, it was activities director, which actually never actually happened in the full whatever, because the athletic piece is so big, so important, so high profile. But it would really, it'd be fascinating to, the only low number here is the number of kids doing, let's say, athletics. Think of what that would actually be if we showed all the kids doing activities and not just athletics. Because you're going to probably double those numbers. And as we face a renewal in all likelihood in November, these are the kinds of things we have to really be proud about and have good numbers. So I'm interested in you all working on that and getting us some numbers about that, as well as the accountability for all those activities. Who's actually getting paid and what kids are actually showing up and what's the result on their achievement or their growth or what have you. So this is a great report as it is, but again, I wait to see what the activities piece looks like. We've got numbers, but it'd be great about participation. The other last piece of that is that, again, I believe these are best dollars spent. And we know the results of participation in extracurricular on a young person's growth and development. And the more dollars we can spend and be accountable for those dollars, the better. Last thing, if the superintendent needs any direction on anything, I think I'm very supportive of having athletic trainers because all the burbs do. And it's a priority, and I know it's expensive. But again, when it's life and death, or there's an emergency, or there's risk, we better have athletic trainers available for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Weinberg?
No, I'll let you go first, and then I'll go after you.
No, actually, all my questions are pretty much answered. I just know I had 3 sons, you've coached 2 of them, and the benefit of athletics is just tremendous.
Absolutely.
On the mental health, the social, emotional, just even academics as something to kind of help bolster that. So I'm all for supporting athletics. I want it to make sense financially. It feels like it makes sense for us to take athletic directors back in-house, but I do want to ask Superintendent Murphy to kind of go with what Board Member Lindy does, ask, what would your recommendation be? Would you suggest that we take trainers back? Directors back? I wasn't trying to make it a trick question. I was just trying to.
So prior to the foundation conversation, it would have been a little more challenging for me. And then we did have a conversation about perhaps there's a need for an off-ramp over time. So I would maybe ask for a little bit more time to really think it through a little bit more, since today you voted to fully support the foundation piece. I need a little more time.
Well, so when you say, okay, hold on, I still have the question on the floor. So you said there's time needed for an off-ramp. Can you explain that? Because do we need time for that, or does ABC need time for that? Or whomever is doing our athletic?
No, at one point, when we were talking about the foundation, we talked about the possibility of an off-ramp over a certain period of time to begin to take the athletic directors back versus all at one time. So I just want to think that through.
So
I'm not completely certain.
They have a contract upcoming, right? Where the ABC is going to be negotiating a contract. what would you say a deadline would be that we need to make a decision if we want to have them back and not have a contract negotiated?
Well, I don't think their contract expires till June. So I think we're all along the same timeline with what we're trying to do for the budget as a whole. So I think where I am with all of this is being a whole apart person versus these pieces. I really want to be able to bring you the whole picture as opposed to any particular groups feeling like they may feel a little uncomfortable being talked about in isolation, if that makes sense.
So what do you need from the board today with regard to direction? What are you needing from us? We got the presentation. What do you need from us today?
I'm open to you telling me what your preference is. I definitely heard Board Member Craig and his methodology around thinking about this. So anybody who might want to share that with me, that's helpful.
Okay. Vice President Bolton?
I think, help me out, I think the thrust of the foundation discussion in these last months or so, the thrust has been that in all likelihood, the ADs would be returning. Is the question how fast that would happen, rather than whether or not, now that we've supposedly it's either cost neutral or less, at least for this coming budget. That's how I'm reading those numbers. So it's not a financial piece as much as it's whether or not we're bringing them back, but how we're bringing them back over a period of time, or?
That was one piece that we talked about. I'm not at a point right now where I feel like that must happen, because I think we're a lot more settled on having the foundation. So I feel really great about that.
Thanks.
Okay, so I think, see, I've been privy to some board members' conversations, so I think that I would like to know what a timeline is. So I would like to know, when do you need the board to make some decisions with regard to the budget? And we can kind of look at that too, outlining the bigger picture, so that we can give you appropriate direction on what next steps should be. Do board members have any other questions?
I don't have another question. I just wanted to say something.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep. So thank you, Superintendent, for giving your opinion on what you think that we should do moving forward. I know that when Treasurer Wagner, this topic came up in an earlier board meeting, we discussed, was it in the budget? Is it possible? And I know that we wanted to get through the ABC conversation. I wanted to put out there, I wanted to make a motion that I wanted to ask that CPS take athletic directors back as employees, pending on a date that you would feel would be sufficient for us to do it appropriately and correctly, especially in the fact that they are under I just had a blank, sorry, contract negotiation piece here for June. We are in the month of March, moving into April. I would like my motion to be that CPS takes back athletic directors as their CPS employees, pending your recommendation in terms of a time frame.
So there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? I can second your motion. Okay. Vice President Bolton.
I can second that.
Further discussion? Board Member Craig?
So I will say this, I think I'm a vehement supporter of the fact that we need to bring folks back in. I think there is a time frame to do so also, because I do think it is not as easy as simply saying tomorrow, guess what, Josh, you got, so many new employees or whatever. And so I would say, I think maybe at the next board meeting to have an answer as to what a time frame might look like could be a little bit more reasonable thing to vote on tonight. And then from that, be able to make the decision as to what we give as a direction. In part because this is not something that has to be decided today. I will still say I'm very much in support of bringing the athletic directors back into CPS, and largely because I do believe as we've evolved in the district, I think the needs of being able to directly manage those folks and directly manage that work, and to maybe even the point that Vice President made of changing that role more to activities director within a school as opposed to being just athletics director, gives more resources we could use it for. I just don't know if today is when we make that decision, as opposed to maybe directing as an assignment to bring back a timeline for which we would then be able to implement them back, because I also don't know that we can do that now.
So I think the motion on the floor was open-ended, that the board wants the motion on the floor is that athletic directors be brought back in-house to CPS. It doesn't have a date. As an assignment, we could make that a directive to the administration to provide us with a timeline. But I think the motion on the floor that's under discussion right now is that athletic directors be brought back into the district at a fee.
I think also, Member Weinberg said based upon the timing.
Yes, that is true.
The time frame suggested by the superintendent.
Board Member Lindy.
Thank you. I think based on what I heard from the superintendent earlier around her recommendation was that she wanted some more time to think about it. Did I hear that correctly? So I got to vote no on this motion tonight because our superintendent has asked for more time to think about it, and I'm going to support that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm going to repeat it one more time, that the motion on the floor did not have a timeline. It said there was a motion to bring athletic directors back into the district pending the timeline from the administration. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay, so if the superintendent says, hey, it's going to be in 5 years, then it's going to be in 5 years. That does not necessarily change the fact that the motion is whatever the administration says is the timeline. The desire is to have the athletic directors back into the district. So is that the end of discussion? Board Member Mapp, did you have anything?
So yes, I'm in support of the athletic directors coming back into the district, but I would like to receive Superintendent Murphy's timeline and feedback before actually voting on what the motion is, if that makes sense.
Board Member Weinberg.
So I love how you summed that up because that is what I'm asking. But if you all are stating that you rather me make an assignment, even though I'm making the motion to then make an assignment, I just want to make sure that the motion is understood in the fact that I'm asking for CPS to bring back athletic directors. Who said that? Based on your recommendation, I didn't want to say whether it's 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Of course, then the assignment would have been made for you to then bring back that information for us. I just wanted to make it clear that that was the motion that I was bringing forward for today, based off of the information that has been provided today and in the past.
Board Member Lindy.
Thanks. What I heard the superintendent say was not, I want to do this, I just don't know when. It was, I'd like some time to think about it. That's different from a motion that says, we want to do this, you just decide when. And so again, I'm going to stick to my position, and we just call a vote if you want, but I will support bringing athletic directors back when it comes from the superintendent, and I'm not going to vote to get out in front of the superintendent on this or another issue. Thank you.
Okay, so for fear of being redundant again and just calling on a vote, I think that we've all heard the superintendent say prior to the foundation discussion, she was for them to come back. She didn't have definitive information at the time, but she needed some time. The motion on the floor, I'm going to repeat it one more time, which was offered by Board Member Weinberg, seconded by Vice President Bolton. Feel free to vote however you like, but was that the athletic directors be brought back into the district at a time, let me just finish this part, at a time that the superintendent comes back with more information. Superintendent Murphy.
I think maybe if I share my why, it might be a little helpful. Why? My team and I have not talked about this internally. And so I would like to have a moment to hash out what does this mean, because my expectations might be different than what their current expectations are. And I just want to make sure our internal team is on the same page with this. So of course, whatever your pleasure is, but since I was asked, I would like to just have little more time to work through some things.
Okay, so Board Member Whiteberg, would you like to withdraw your motion, or would you like to amend it? Would
I
you- what would
can
you like to do?
withdraw my motion, but I do want to just go on record as stating that this question was asked of the superintendent at a prior meeting, and I had asked for you to bring some information back. And I did think that today, with this presentation, that we would have had a little bit more. So if you are asking that you need more time to further go back and discuss with your team, even though it was asked previously, I can back down and I can go with that, but I will bring it up next month for April. Does that sound like a plan?
Okay, motion's withdrawn. Thank you. I think that's the end of the discussion. We're tired of talking about it. That's it.
Oh,
Thank you,
good,
Josh.
thank you.
We're
Swoop?
done.
Swoop. All right. Let's see. So I moved assignments up so that we could have them directly after presentation. So this would be an appropriate time. Do board members have any assignments? I know one does. Yes.
I'm sorry. I would like to assign the superintendent and her team to come up with some information to be able to bring back to us regarding bringing back the athletic directors to the district as employees. And that information can include anywhere between cost, what other concerns might be lingering, or any additional information that you feel would be important for us to be able to, I guess, make a decision regarding what you might suggest.
Are there any other assignments? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And could we possibly have that at the, what?
April 7th and April 21st.
Or we could do May if needed. Do you need more time? If you need more time at the next board meeting.
It's April
Thanks.
7th. Any other assignments? Vice President Bolton?
Yes, I have an assignment, and it actually, a number of them pertain to the items we've yet to discuss. For example, the request from Carthage, and also I have an assignment regarding the Hyde Park Square development and the moving from Iowa to iReady. So how do you want me to do that?
Well, then let's, I was trying to make it helpful.
No, it makes,
but let's,
what you're doing, it makes perfect sense. I just feel kind of stupid that my stuff is
I got you.
right
We haven't even talked about it. So
But-
let's kind of table the assignments, take the rest of them, and then we'll come back to it.
That'd be great,
when
thank you.
Does any other board members have assignments? So let's move into our board matters, inquiries, and updates. Let's start, I'm going to start.
Yep.
Rising Stars Carthage, LSDMC, this was sent to all board members. They would like to request a name change for their school. I'm going to read the email so that the public knows what we're talking about. There's been some confusion with the other Rising Star locations, such as Vine, Ezra Charles, Cheviot, Westwood, and Aiken. The designation of Rising Stars does not fit our community now or going forward as we move away from a pre-kindergarten and towards a kindergarten to a fourth grade building. We would like to be known as Carthage Elementary School, and they're requesting the following name change from their LSDMC of Carthage. I'll read the names just in case for the record. Laura Glassman, Chairperson, Dr. Ruthenia Jackson, Sadia Cannell, Benita Abrams, Ann Van Kick, I hope I did that right, Hadara Israel, Anna Miller Cronin, Linda Leith, Monica Garcia, Osman, Sevilla Zamora, Laura Moes, and Gloria Walker. So this is up for discussion. As you know, the board does do naming of schools, so that's why I sent it to all board members for your review. Board Member Craig.
I had more of a process question with this because I thought in the past we've sent this to policy as the starting point to name changes, and that policy would then recommend through that process. But I know we've had this discussion a couple of times when it came to names of whether or not it actually had to go through for any real reason or if it was just something we've had in our procedures. And so I didn't know if either policy chair or if Dan might know a little clarity on if there anything that requires it to go through. under
I
our
didn't know
policies.
either, so that's the reason why I brought it here. And I sent it, the policy meeting is gonna be in April, come on, Dan. It's gonna be in April, so I wanted to, they would like to get this addressed quickly, so I just put it on here so that we can get this addressed.
As Dan is coming up, if I may, as policy chair,
Sure.
I would just say, I don't, unless there's something in our policies that requires policy to do this, this does not feel like a matter of policy. And I think we could skip some steps by just having do it as a full board, but there may be a,
No, the board approves all name changes, that's it. It's gone to policy, I think, when there's needed to be discussion and things like that.
I mean, if we, thank you, if we can play a role here, happy to do so. To me, it feels like we're going to need to bring it back to you all anyway, and we might just save some time by not taking that step, would be my recommendation.
So, Vice President Bolton?
I have a question. I think it's a reasonable request, but I have a question. Does this mean there's no preschools any longer at Carthage?
The preschool for 25-26 will be at Hartwell in a separate wing of the building. And then they will have, just for next year, 4th through 8th grade, creating the middle school. The 4th grade will only be there 1 year, 25-26. So there'll be a preschool section of the building completely separate from the rest of the children. And then after next school year, it'll be grades 5 through 8.
And the preschool will still remain at
The
Hartwell?
preschool will remain
Okay.
in a separate wing area of the schoolhouse.
Thank you.
So their desire is to take the Rising Stars off and just be Carthage Elementary School, which makes sense.
I would make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Yeah, a second and a third. Do we need to do a vote?
Any other discussion?
Oh, any other discussion, I'm sorry.
Just,
Board Member Craig?
I just think, I think this is a helpful thing for folks as they are trying to clarify what the nature of the school is, that we do at times revisit these types of things as a board, because I think there are probably a couple other schools where maybe the naming that we have had for them in their old capacity may need to also be adjusted in their new capacity. So, and whether that's something we send to those LSDMCs to come back with suggestions or come back with thoughts on naming or nomenclatures for those schools. But I think this is fine to me. I just want to think it's something we should be thinking about as some of the other schools are changing as well.
So maybe that's a great assignment for when we come back to it, to kind of review with LSDMC, have the administration review with LSDMCs, any other potential name changes. Let's take a vote. Mr. Guston?
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes.
President Moffett?
Yes. Vice President Bolton, please present your following 3 topics.
Okay, and fortunately, on the next page, on the first one, some of you received a letter from some community members, I believe, regarding an issue that's been in the press for quite some time, and that is Hyde Park Square development. I'm not sure if all of us received the letter. I do believe we did. And I just wanted to have a discussion about that here. And most particularly to get some sort of sense of what the community members were concerned about, is would it have an impact on particularly Hyde Park School, whether it's about the school or the campus or the transportation or traffic engineering around. So I just wanted to bring this so that we could have a discussion so that the community would know. And I don't know if it's ultimately an assignment to the administration to address some of the concerns. I'm not necessarily suggesting everybody take a position on this yet, but I do think the community is looking to have some sort of input from the school district.
Any board members have questions or discussions? I'm looking, the email was sent March the 5th. Yes, Board Member Lindy.
I mean, most of you know this. I live a couple of blocks from where this goes, and I'm a Hyde Park parent, and so I think this is quite literally in my backyard, or very close to my backyard. I'm rereading this email. Is their request like a resolution from us, like opposed to or in favor of the development?
No, their email was in summation of what the traffic impact study was released. And what they said, which was actually kind of concerning, is that the study does mention for a paid security guard there. So it was kind of like, who's going to pay for that? Some of their concerns, they wanted CPS to look at. And I definitely thought we could share this with our city council friends and discuss this at our upcoming April 16th joint city council CPS meeting. But it was before the planning commission on March the 7th. And they said that it will be heading to city council for a possible vote, or late March, early April. And so they would like for us to kind of share our thoughts. I thought, well, I don't know where we're gonna get money to pay for a paid security guard to help with traffic maintenance. So I think it would be a perfect opportunity for the administration to do some more research as well as an assignment. But it was sent on the 5th. Yes, Board Member Weinberg.
Yeah, just to add, their ask was basically just to voice any of our concerns to the City Planning Commission, to the City Council, to the mayor. And so you're absolutely right in terms of our next upcoming joint meeting. This can be something that we could bring up as a topic as well.
Ms. Phyllis, would you add this to the list?
Well, sorry.
Yes.
My only concern is timing. I mean, if this is going to be voted on for possible approval late March, early April, we may not have a meeting between now and then. Is that right?
We don't know. We would probably have to reach out to city council and ask them if they plan on voting when, and if it is possible to even delay a vote.
I think that would be great. And because I was going to say, there are a lot of signs all over our neighborhood opposing this development. It is really hard to know what the average opinion is. And I can't speak, I don't know what that is, but I do know that in the 10 years I've lived on this block, I haven't seen a campaign this organized and this focused before. So I do think it is fair to say that there is some pretty significant community concern about it. I would be very open to the idea of us passing a resolution one way or the other, but I would really want to hear from the school principal. And so my question was going to be, do we have the time, or could we create the time? And maybe it's not from, maybe it's just from our administration, but I think we're to hear from the relevant person whose job it is to think through these things to inform what our perspective might be. If I had a magic wand, that's what I would want to do.
Sure. I will say I sent this to just a few city council members on March the 5th. They have not responded. So it would probably be in our best interest to reach out to them. The city manager, I'll reach out to some city council members to see a timeline. I will share that via email with board members. And then we'll be able to take it from there. At the very least, it could be on our April 7th board meeting for an update. Vice President Bolton.
Yeah, I think it would be great for you to reach out to the city council folks, and my assignment would be to the superintendent to reach out to the city manager, and then also direct our chief operating officer to look at that report regarding traffic engineering. And it would be great to be able to have a delay. My concern is that community brought this to us, and I don't really recall anybody sending us a formal request as to how we felt as a board about how it would impact the school or the safety of the children or whatever. And so I think we've kind of been left out of that loop, especially since they've done it now at the Planning Commission already, and they're moving to city council. So I would make that be an assignment for the superintendent and the president to reach out to their associates, and if Mr. Rickard do some sort of effort and a memo to us as to what we find out, but most particularly that City Hall would delay. I can't believe they're rushing into wanting to vote on something as controversial as this is, knowing about the voter turnout in wards 4 and 5, which is about the highest in the state of Ohio, second only to Wyoming G precinct.
Board Member Craig.
I have no problem with us having the administration and having you reach out to, I think maybe for the narrow purposes of understanding how it would affect our potential students, I do think we might want to avoid being a part of whether or not the project as a whole is a good idea conversation, in large part because that is not the thing that we necessarily need to get ourselves involved in, as to whether or not it's too big a building and these other aspects of it are things that I think, truly, if we get into those type of discussions, we don't do that with anywhere else when we're buying in. But if it has an effect on ability for our students to travel to and from school, if it will impede the safety of our students who may need to walk to and from school, those types of things are important. And then again, if the need for security or police officer managing traffic, who's bearing the cost of that is a fair question to ask. Typically, the construction project does, but it's a fair question to ask. But I think I want maybe to make sure we're narrowly at least focusing that on to how it affects the school, and then also potential traffic towards Clark as well, which is further down the road there. If there are some potential challenges or bus traffic changes that may affect how students get to and from school, those type of things are all things that I think is viable or important for us to ask. But I was just going to maybe suggest us clarifying a little bit, limiting to how it affects our schools and our students.
Thank you. Vice President Bolton?
Yes, to that point, there is, as you say, precedent, particularly as it pertains to pedestrian safety and traffic engineering. We've often, and very frankly, people have usually reached out to us for some input, and I don't see that that's happened this time. So I think that narrow it to that makes perfect sense, as Member Craig suggests.
All right, so you got an assignment. You and I both have an assignment. All right. Vice President Bolton, we're still on you.
Yes, this one, I've heard through the grapevine that, I don't know if it's is it Educational Issues Panel? That's part of the CFT contract, I'm not negotiating. Has had a topic come before it very recently. And I know that the board has, in previous times, weighed in on some of this. So I was hoping for the superintendent to give us an update as to what's been discussed in the Education Issues Panel.
Thank you. So this for me goes back to the testing committee, taking a look at how our students fare when taking the Iowa, which is the test that we now take for placement into Walnut Hills High School. And I missed EIP because I was out of the city, but the deputy did participate in the meeting, so I wasn't a part of the final conversation. But the testing committee recommended to EIP that we begin to look at our iReady data as it relates to how well students can do taking and preparing for the Walnut Hills exam. Some of the data that they brought back, and I just received this, so I'm happy to share broadly with the entire board. But if we were to pivot and use iReady, we would see an increase in the number of students who we feel would do equally as well, if not better, than what we have been showing on the Iowa. And I'm going to ask the deputy if she wants to say anything more. Since I missed the meeting, I'm catching her totally off guard. Sorry. But in essence, what their proposal is that we shift to iReady.
Can I ask a question for clarification? Shift to iReady specifically for the Walnut Hills test? Is that what you're asking for?
Yes, in this case, yes. For the Walnut Hills test, the scores that children would receive for the iReady would replace what they've been doing the past, I want to say, 4 years maybe with Iowa.
Could you share
So they're saying when the academic and testing committee looked at the data, the norm reference testing, iReady was comparable to the Iowa assessment. And so then when we looked at it and the number of students, there were about 100 more students that would have been eligible to go to Walnut Hills that are Cincinnati Public School students based on our iReady assessment. We also, because we're in a budget crunch, we looked at how much we would save, and we would save about $40,000 because we already used the iReady assessment. That was our reasoning and looking at why we do this. Jeremy, you coming down too? Oh, okay, yeah, yes. So they did a detailed study. They had a whole committee, a testing committee that looked at all of our assessments from kindergarten to 12th grade. And when they looked at the iReady norm assessment compared to the Iowa, because the Iowa has not reassessed, renormed, and we don't know when they're going to renorm. When we looked at our iReady data and norm reference, it was comparable to the Iowa. So the committee brought to EIP that we would switch to the iReady assessment. It would be less assessing for our students. They would take the iReady assessment, and then it would get the student score for the Walnut Hills test.
Okay, I see every Walnut Hills alumni with their hand up, so I'm gonna start.
Which we
I'm gonna start,
expected.
plus I have questions, so I'm gonna just start, hold on, I'm gonna start at the end. Do you have questions, Board Member Matt? Wanna start at
I
the
did, I
end?
believe you kind of answered it, Deputy Superintendent Smith. So if we're saying that iReady is comparable to Iowa, what are I guess, the challenges in terms of performance and why our students are not faring out well on the Iowa in comparison to the iReady?
I'm sorry, I was trying to look at the chart so I could give you the numbers. Here. So what it looks like is the students that took the Iowa, we would have 356 students eligible to go to Walnut Hills. If they took the iReady, we would have 493 students that were eligible to go to Walnut Hills. And so they were looking at it also from an equity issue. So at the Iowa, that would be 68 African-American students, and then with iReady, that looked like 139 African-American students that would be eligible to go to Walnut Hills. I'm trying to find, both the Iowa and the iReady assessment are nationally normed assessments that measure achievement in the subject areas of reading and math. So the Iowa assessment has not been normed since 2017. So her point is, if it's normed, we would be at the same rating as the iReady. And they really need to renorm their assessment, and it hasn't been done from 2017. So the testing committee believes that when they renorm, it would be at the same level as the iReady, which is why they feel like going to the iReady would be necessary.
Okay, so, and that's what I was thinking about in terms of the equity piece. So I guess from the lens that I'm hearing it, currently as it stands with Iowa not being renormed, is creating kind of a testing bias for
Or
our
imbalance
students.
according to the
Yeah.
testing committee.
Okay.
Now, you guys, I wasn't on the testing committee, but I'm giving you everything I got.
I would add just a couple
Okay.
of the other positives that they noted in looking at the recommendation was to the point that the deputy superintendent was making around overall testing fatigue. Our sixth graders currently take the iReady test twice a year. So with this, it would not be an additional test like we've had to take in the past with the Iowa. So it reduces the overall testing time that students would be having to dedicate for the testing away from academics and instruction.
Okay, Board Member Lundy.
Thank you, and I apologize, I'm going to need to head out here in a minute, but I wanted to say, with all gratitude for the work that's being done and for the desire to be responsive to questions from board members, 9 o'clock at the end of a long meeting, without even noticing this as having to do with the Walnut Hills test, I think is a terrible idea. I think it's a great discussion. I think we should put it on an agenda for a future meeting. I think it should come with a presentation from the administration, if the administration even wants to change anything. This is in board matters and not in a presentation section. So I just think great issue, wrong time, excited to dig into it from my perspective at a later point when it comes to the administration. Thank you.
So let me respond to that. It wasn't a presentation, so it wasn't in presentations. It was brought up by a board member. That's why it's under board matters, because a board member brought that up. The administration didn't bring that up. And so if that's what you'd like to make as an assignment to the administration to do a presentation, you're welcome to do that. But just to clarify why it was where it is, and it was originally noticed for Walnut Hills test. So that's what I anticipated when I saw that, when I put it on there. So I'm not exactly sure how that got changed.
and that's-
And regardless, it doesn't matter. But the bottom line is, do you have any questions or comments for this team? We can make it an assignment to the administration, but do you have any comments around what they presented?
I think it's makes great sense to put it on the agenda if it's a request or a question from a board member. I think that's totally fair. I think what I'm saying from my perspective is this is not a great time to make a decision about anything, and I would welcome the chance to engage in a different presentation at a future point. Thanks.
I don't think this was for a decision, this was for information, but I'm gonna let the person who put it on the agenda address the topic that she put on there.
Hold on, we're going out of order.
Hold on, but something was brought up, so
This,
just address it. It's her
this
topic.
is something that I had heard, and I know that 2 years ago, this was quite an extensive discussion regarding Walnut, so, and what have you, so I hadn't heard anything, and maybe I jumped the gun, but I knew that others were talking about it, and I didn't want us to be late on it, and I appreciate we've got the 3 experts sharing. I have one question, and I think putting it on the agenda, and I don't think anybody wanted to make it into a decision tonight, but just so that we were not too far behind on it. When was iReady renormed?
I'm thinking it's been brand new for us, so it has to be in the last few years that it was renormed. So,
Okay,
new norm would
that's
be,
close enough. It's less than 8 years.
yeah, it's been, theirs were released, it looks like in 2023. 22, 23 is what they're saying in our information. And we knew there would be lots of discussion around this, but the testing committee brought it up, and we had they've been working on it for some months. And they shared it with us in EIP and talked about the possibility of switching over to iReady.
Thank you. Board Member Weinberg.
Yes, I have so much to say regarding this, not only as someone who, not to say that I took this particular test, but I have a lot of comments, I have a lot of questions, I have a lot of things that I also researched as a former teacher of the district, having to, I guess, give the students both the Iowa and to give the students the iReady. I would like to make this an assignment, asking for there to be a presentation made with those particulars, so then we can have an even more robust conversation regarding what is it that you need from us. But I'm gonna save my 2 pages of comments and questions. Like I said, I had a lot. I will save that for when a presentation can be done. So that will
Yes.
be my assignment that I will make.
And we have a full presentation from the testing committee with all the data, what they looked at, why they're presenting it, the charts, everything that you would need to see and read, and we'll share that with the superintendent and get that out to you guys.
And just really quick for clarification, I heard when this first was brought up, it is referencing Walnut Hills. So with the test, will this also apply to Spencer as well? Or is this just gearing towards Walnut Hills? Because the test technically goes for both schools. So just wanted to make sure.
They used the gifted test for Spencer, the Cognate, yeah.
So
They
isn't
use
it,
the gifted
so it's not
test.
the Iowa? So it's the COGAT? Okay.
Yeah.
Let me
they
take
use the
that back.
COAC, Yep.
Board Member
they do.
Craig.
So I'll just give 2 really quick thoughts because we're not voting on it, so there's nothing to necessarily approve today. I do think we should be very cautious in some ways about, and this is where I would like to see the information that comes from testing. Part of what we did the last time we had this discussion around even using Iowa tests was the fact that Iowa was more recently standardized in the previous version. And so like there's these normalizing in some ways in the assessments are fine. The thing that I am concerned about though is that we do recognize and appreciate that there are challenges to the rigor of the school that also comes with, are the students prepared to go through and do the work? And this has been one of the struggling conversations we've had with the assessments, is because we've had a lot of folks come to the board even and say, my child was 2 points away.
Yeah.
And we did a whole thing around COVID when we said we would allow folks in at a lower scored COVID. And then when we came back up to the normal score, everybody said, well, why are we going back to the normal score? And these things that we do all the time to get more and more people in. I don't think Walnut has a shortage of folks in there. I think the thing we have to be careful about is making sure that we have prepared the students, even through what the assessment we're doing, if we use iReady or whether we use Iowa, whatever, that those students are prepared to do the work and to go in with the understanding, because I think that's been, at least the experiences we've seen is the numbers that come in 7th grade and 8th grade don't always match up to the numbers who leave in 12th grade. And that's from when I was in school to probably before and onward. And then my second thought is really, the movement to me should not be about the number of students as much as whether or not iReady performs the task in a more effective and efficient way based on the resources. And then again, I think that goes largely to my point of, if we're doing it to put more kids into Walnut that are in the district, we're kind of using the test to justify a change, as opposed to we have an effective measure that we're utilizing, that it's incorporated into the entire experience of a student in the district, such as iReady, which may be the best reason actually probably to use it, is that we've already incorporated it so much into how we're measuring student achievement results, how we're measuring 6th grade, how we're measuring 3rd grade, all these other things that we're doing. There's prescriptive parts to it that really work with the students all throughout, so why not use the assessment tool they already have? Makes a lot of sense to me if it's an effective tool. I just am very always afraid that if we justify a test change, which is a little bit of the conversation we had around the Iowa test when we did it before, was, well, how many more Black kids do we get into the school if we do this part? Or how many more kids of this within a district or not, or outside the district? And then I'd say too, but there's a third part, which is also, right now, we still have the ability for folks who are outside the district to test into Walnut. And I just want to make sure, as we had that conversation later, it's not something that needs to be answered today, that we also are having that explanation as well as those parts to test into, if that's still something we would be making available to those folks who are, because that's, again, part of what we've already had done and been doing. So unless we're going to change that policy, I think that's something we need to be also in consideration of.
Yes. I would like to say that this is definitely a proposal. The testing committee got together. They knew that we had to bring it to the superintendent, then we were going to take it to SLT, and then come to the board after we had looked through the proposal. And I want to say that because I don't want anybody from Walnut Hills to start saying that we're saying we're changing the test. So be clear, if you're watching, this is a proposal. There will be much conversation, and we will do what's best for the students.
So thank you. That was what I was going to say, is please make it very clear. This was what a board member was inquiring about. It is under board matters, inquiries, and updates. It wasn't about a presentation. It was about, hey, give us more information on what I have heard and expand on it. So that is what it was. I do have some questions for them, perhaps, or maybe you all can answer. I have a problem with when they specify, oh, it's going to increase it for African-American students as the reason. That bothers me. And is there going to be an enrollment cap? What are the staffing concerns for overcrowding? Walnut Hills is pretty crowded right now. Is there an intention for additional staffing and support? What are their thoughts around that? If a student comes from out of the district that uses iReady, will we use their scores? What is the plan for out-of-district students versus in-district students? And what if an out-of-district student has low iReady scores? Can they still take the Iowa and then be at an advantage having the ability to choose which scores to use? That's unfair. That's equity to me. I don't know if they've thought about that, but again, when you talk about justifying it to increase the scores for Black students, those are things to consider, out-of-district versus in-district. Is there an equity issue for the non-CPS students using a different assessment? And then when are they talking about this taking effect? Is this talking about for next year? And I just need to understand a contingency plan.
Yeah.
Dr. Moffitt.
So I'm
just-
sorry.
Just real quick
Yes.
on the African-American students.
Thank you.
I don't think they're going to be proposing, when you see the full
Right.
picture, they were talking about the increase in students, but then they broke down all kinds of groups. And I think you were just heard today, African-American, because A was at the top of the list. But they've looked at multiple racial groups.
Yeah,
Thank you for saying that. But
I
more
just had him
important-
pull the chart back up because I was gonna go through it and say, that was at the top, and then I started asking questions.
Sure.
But it's looking at every group.
Most
And they
importantly-
do have a plan about what will happen with the students that are outside the district. So I think the presentation is going to answer a lot of your questions. There will still be more, because Mr. Chambers had lots of conversation. We had conversation with him, so he has questions too. So it's a proposal, but we looked at all students in every group and looked at how it would affect every group of our students.
Yeah, most
Everyone.
importantly, rather than the racial
Yeah,
breakdown, is the out-of-district, in-district complement for me.
Yeah.
Because I think that that just screams the potential to be unfair to our students and have more out-of-district seats available, or at least, qualify than in-district. So, but again, I just have a lot of questions
Yes,
around that. And then
yes.
I also, that lends me to go down another rabbit hole.
Yes.
How many of our students are qualifying to get in, and what's their preparation look like for them
Yes.
to be able to get in?
Yes.
So could we tweak things on our end with what we currently utilize in order to get more students to qualify from a
Yes.
variety of schools?
Right.
So that, we're talking about rigor, we could talk about that from an internal standpoint or in CPS standpoint as well. So I just have a lot of
Yes.
questions about that.
Not only how we prepared them for the assessment, but what kind of support we put in place when they do pass the assessment. Like, what do we need to do? And Mr. Chambers and I were talking about that. So what is that? As board member Craig said, the number of students that are lost from 7th to 12th grade, is there some data that shows that, what are we doing at that 7th and 8th grade that we maybe can support the school with, and making sure that our students get the support they need to be successful there?
Yeah.
Board Member Weinberger had one more question.
Board Member Weinberg, go ahead.
I would also like to ask, I know last year, board members, we were able to see the test score results from the different schools, and so we were able to see what were some of the top schools that were, having students pass. And I know we've had conversation in the past about some of our students are passing, but they're also choosing not to go. So I think it would be important to show those data pieces, because I know there was a time when I looked at some of the schools and I was completely shocked that our students were getting like 5s and 10s and 15s. And to me, that's horrible. We should be doing better than that. So that stems with, what are we doing to prepare our kids? 5 out of, usually you can get like a 70 or 80 or 60. That to me is an issue and a problem.
Yeah, so we have that data as well, and we also have the data that shows how many kids from each school pass it by year. So you can see where those schools are. So we can share that, we'll share that data with you guys as well.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, if there's no more, thank you.
You're welcome.
If there's no more discussion around that, Vice President Bolton, I think you have the next one, but I don't know if we're going to keep that one. Update on.
Unless the superintendent thinks that something necessarily needs to be shared more than what we've done, I think that topic's been taken care of.
Okay, moving right along. Thank you, Dr. Williams, for waiting. We have our Hughes mascot request. This was mine. We got a request from Hughes under Dr. Williams to talk about their desire for a mascot. I sent this to all board members via email, so you haven't had an opportunity to read it. Superintendent Murphy thought it would, we had a couple of questions, and we thought, let's just bring in the principal so she can talk about how they started in 2024 around this journey and got here. And then the picture is at the bottom. Dr. Williams.
Absolutely. So this actually started probably my first week coming in as principal of Hughes. Students consistently asking, why don't we have a mascot? Sometimes I take them through the history of why our board, before even professional teams decided that ethnicity and race should never be in a mascot, and why that is no longer our mascot. I jokingly told a student, I'm Big Red, and that is why I wear red every day. St. Patrick's, the lipstick only. But our students have wanted a mascot for decades. And it to be more than just the color red. Many do not know the historic background of our mascot. And I told them, well, if you want it, let's come up with a plan. And they did. Our students have learned to lift their voice through our student government, through other programs like Speak Up, Speak Out, and they came up with a plan to engage our partners, to engage alumni, and they worked really the last 2 years, but formally last spring in getting feedback. We started out with, I think, like 20 different suggestions. We had penny wars. The alumni got deeply involved on social media, and we came back with the Big Red Bulls.
I know somebody has a lot of interest in this because this is her alma mater. Board Member Matt.
Absolutely. So I am excited that we are proposing a mascot because, yes, I am an alum and I do recall just the history of not being able to have a mascot. And I know how that just really helps to elevate the school spirit and pride. And so I am just super excited to just hear the students work in this effort and how it sounds like it was really student-led for them to exercise their voice and to really bring in that Big Red spirit, but have a mascot connected to it. So I'm excited about it. Great work for you all as a school. And I think that just overall, we can continue to celebrate and champion all the great things that Big Red is doing.
Board Member Weinberg?
I think Board Member Mapp said it all.
Vice President Bolton.
Yeah, I'm going to be completely contrary to that, not surprisingly, largely because my parents graduated from Hughes and my uncle graduated. And matter of fact, my uncle was known as Big Red because he was in 6'3" and whatever. My dad was 6'1" and he was Little Red. So this red thing goes back a long time. I'm also, I know that there's at least 2 universities that are known as Big Red. Cornell, which is, I think, the hardest university in the country, and here locally, Western Kentucky, I think, is a Big Red. They have mascots. The one somehow one of them is this kind of big monster red person, and another one is kind of a happy, sweet, silly-looking Mr. Red or something. My other concern is this is serious business over time, and if it were Big Red cow, because cows are smart. Bulls are not known to be intellectually wonderful, but I understand why the Chicago Bulls are called that because of the stockyards. But here, this just looks like it's the red bull is the overpriced and unhealthy energy drink. And I can see where that can of Red Bull is going to become more prevalent than the horns around the H. So I'm not supportive of it right now. And I still think it's a bigger issue than we think it is. If you're STEM, make a robot and call it a mascot. But I know this means a lot to people, and I'm glad the kids have taken the initiative to do something about it. I just am not happy of calling it an energy drink.
Board Member Craig.
So let me start by thanking you for staying all these wonderful
All this
hours that
time.
you stayed here today. You are a trooper for doing so. These types of things, if the students in the community and the alumni and the folks support it, who am I to say not to do it? And I honestly just believe that's not my role to tell them no. So I mean, as long as it's gone through the appropriate steps of whatever process we need to do to make it happen, I would be fully in support. I recognize and appreciate there's a lot of value in the folks who still carry and hold on to being Big Red, and that will likely still stick around and will not change. I think we see this a lot with a lot of other mascot changes that have happened at schools where folks still call themselves by their, whether or not those original mascots were always the most appropriate or not. I think that's something else to live through, and whether or not the Big Red Bull is now called Big Red makes people feel better about it. I have no idea. I have no clue. I'm not about to figure it out because I leave that up to you all to kind of decide where that path may take you. But if this is something students, alumni, folks at the school support, I don't see myself as being someone who will stand in the way of that.
So I'll go. I have family members that are Hughes alum, and I showed it to them, and they were just like, I like that. So again, I'm not going to go in front of any of the work that you all have done. You all have spent almost 2 years on this. The students, the alumni, the staff, everybody has spoken about it. I will say that, and I want to respect the fact, and please tell them thank you for going through the process, because they're using their voice appropriately. That is something that we should absolutely applaud and celebrate. I am not going to stand in the way and vote down something that they worked hard to do and to get, and they've done it. It doesn't, we call that a bull, but the Red Bull logo, I just pulled it up, it says Red Bull. It's in red. It is not the same. It has a picture of a bull. It's not the same. Some people might call it a steer, so it could be Big Red Steer. I'm not gonna put my own projections there. It says Big Red, and it has an H. I'm going to go with that they thought that through, because kids are far more receptive on logo and marketing, especially if it's something that they wanna wear, that they wanna be proud of. They've looked at it, they've researched it. It does not say bull, it says Big Red H.
Yeah.
And that's what they've been known for some time now. So again, I'm gonna support the work that you all have done with regard to the students, staff, and the alumni particularly. Well, especially when I asked an alumni that was in my own family, I just said, oh, what you think about this? And she was like, oh, that's hot, I like that. Well, there you go. So I'm gonna be in support of you all, but I wanna really make sure that you share with the community of Hughes that I think they did a great job. And I'm very, 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 very proud of them for going through the process and doing their diligency and standing up for what they believe in. So I'm in support. Yes, Vice President Bolton.
Yes, thank you. My opinions of it, but I don't believe that the board votes on mascots.
Well, they submitted it to the board. So I think they, out of respect and deference, submitted it to the board for awareness. I'm not exactly sure, Dan, what's the process? They could have it if they want it? Well, then I think that we could take a vote on it.
You're going to start an interesting precedent, though.
Well, I tell you what.
I don't think you want that business.
Tell the Hughes community we are in support of their new logo, and congratulations.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
Oh, and yeah, and Dr. Williams, you need to make sure, only contingency, we need a shirt. We need a shirt.
Absolutely.
All right, congratulations. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Board Member
Dr.
Mack.
Williams, I just want to thank you for ensuring that Hughes have a culture where they are able to identify and be proud of who they are. So thank you for all the work that you are doing. I know that you went in and did a lot of turnaround work at Hughes. And so thank you for just ensuring that they have pride and that it is a culture where they all feel safe and feel welcome and that they are able to advocate for the things that are important to them. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Let's see, a proposed consent agenda has been distributed. Do board members, the superintendent, or the treasurer have any exception items to the consent agenda? Board Member Weinberg.
Yes, so for the superintendent recommendation, I have page 10, section G, line 8 and 12, page 13, section D, line 6 and 7, page 14, section G, line 2 and 3. And then I'll have a question for the treasurer's report, but I'll do that a little bit later.
Board Member Mapp.
Yes, so I have exceptions for the superintendent report, which is on page 1 for promotion C. My exception is a no there. And then for the treasurer's report, on page 8 for the then and nows, I would like to abstain from lines 6 through 9. Page 9, line item 2. Page 10, line item 10. And just because it's a lot on the resource coordinations, I would just like to abstain from that so I don't have to go through the litany of the ones that I'm abstaining from.
Yeah, Board Member Weinberg, sorry.
So I do have a question on the treasurer's report on page 5, line 1. I did send an email over to the superintendent regarding the curriculum. It stated that there was a purchase of curriculum resources being used for summer school. And I know that we had a presentation on summer school. Wasn't quite sure if we approved summer school, but it was pending on administration coming back with some more data regarding the ROI, or we just asked, for some more information, trying to understand the improvements of what summer school does for us. And so with that, I'm just curious as to where this particular line item, is it a new curriculum or just, I guess, giving some more information on it?
So Board Member Weinberg, I did have a chance to talk to Ms. Campbell, our curriculum director, about it, and this does focus just on third grade. We did hear the feedback, and I do understand that you expect us to bring back the ROI information. She did send me an email after we spoke, but it was a little late after 4:30, so I'm happy to share that broadly with the board.
Sharing it now, or? So I guess my question is just for this particular curriculum that she's purchasing, she's purchasing the curriculum even though we've not approved summer school. I just want to make sure.
You're correct. She's seeking permission to purchase this curriculum for third grade, but I understand what you're saying, that the board did not approve summer school at this point.
And I was just curious too, as what is the curriculum? Is it something we've already used, or is that something that would have been presented to us as well to see?
I think it's something we have already used in the past. Again, she sent this to me around 4:30. I didn't get to read it thoroughly yet, but we can make that correction.
Thank you. And that's all the questions that I had.
Okay. Vice President Bolton.
I don't have any exceptions, but on the summer school, I'm glad that Member Weinberg brought that up, that we haven't determined the summer school, but I do recall that the discussion was that whatever summer school there would be, it would be pretty, because of financial issues and the return on investment, and thus it would be limited maybe to something only like third grade reading or credit recovery, but that's not been determined, so I think it's good to bring it up.
Well, it's also important to note too, I think I had asked about maybe doing something for junior high students in preparation of middle schools, and we were going to get some more information about that too. So I do think that's a responsible question to ask about why we're buying, what is it, $40,000 worth of preparation materials for something that hasn't been determined yet. So we'll have that as an assignment. Are you asking that as an assignment?
Do you want the superintendent to withdraw?
Go ahead, what do you want to do?
I would like to have some more information. So the assignment that I was going to make is, can we get those questions answered that we had asked regarding summer school so that we can make a decision, so that moving forward, we can start in preparation because April will be right here around the corner. So in terms of this line item, yes, I would like to know if that can be pulled until we have a definite definition or conclusion on what are we doing for summer school.
Yes.
And I have a question on the treasurer's report. There's pages 12 through 27 of resource coordinator donations. What is that?
Yeah, so this is kind of a new thing we've done. I think we discussed it in Finance Committee, but it is just, we normally do all the donations. There's a section for donations. We've been collecting through Director Baggett's team. They've been collecting all the donations that the resource coordinators have brought into the district, but it's kind of in a separate system. So we wanted to bring all those into the treasurer's report to recognize all the donations that have been made. And these are all things that the resource coordinators have brought into the district.
So how would that impact us with any potential foundation, like the change in the foundation? Would that be impacted by our current policy regarding donations? Like, how does that work? How would that potentially work?
That's really, I think, more of a tracking thing. Like we have a process for cash donations at the schools. And we just kind of were made aware that, hey, the resource coordinators, and we knew it, they've been doing these things, but we finally have a system to track all those pieces and put them into the treasurer's report.
Okay.
But I think high level, the foundation is kind of at a different level than either the resource coordinations or the small donations that schools get.
Okay. I kind of wanted to understand that. And then there's a significant number of then and now certificates on here. That's kind of been my thing, is that why do we keep having all these then and nows? And so I saw one on there from Dr. Odell Owens Center, and I'm just wondering, how are we doing with managing our then and nows? Because then and nows, tell us what then and nows are.
We'll start here. Okay, so state law requires us to have a purchase order in place before a purchase is made or before goods are ordered. When that doesn't happen, the situation is what we call a then and now. And what it means is it's a legal thing that says, back then when the purchase was made, the district had the funds to pay for it, and now that we're paying the invoice, the district still has the funds to pay for it. This is a highly audited thing that we do. The state auditors look at this every year as part of our annual audit. State requirement is that any then and now over $3,000 has to be approved by the board, and so that's why these are in the treasurer's report for approval.
Okay. Okay. Approve the items of the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Yes.
Mr. Guston, would you call for a vote?
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes, minus the removal of the line number that I had asked. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so yes.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes.
President Moffett?
Yes. The chair will entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Oh, hold on. No.
I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Did we get all of our assignments? Because I know you were asking throughout the whole process, but.
Yes, I believe.
So we got the assignment about summer school and then the assignment about the athletic directors
Yes.
on record? Okay. Thank you.
I'll move that back around so we come back to it as well. So I apologize. I was trying to make it a little bit easier, but maybe not. So